Nut.
I heard someone nutting. I came right out. I came right out. I heard. So I finally figured out how to make Tangia things
Nut.
for the thing, and I added one, and I guarantee by the end of the stream I will be raising the price on it. I just guarantee that.
Nut.
Yeah. This is leading me to suspect that came out the first sign of nut, huh? Hey, and I don't hide it, and I'm not hiding that fact, and no one is surprised. The gas is already expensive. God, I can't buy gas. I can't come. I can't do shit. No. I'm sorry. I hate to be a part of the problem. I do. Inflation's no joke. But actually, sorry, streaming just reminded me I haven't checked VGen to see if the thing is being worked on. I have no idea how fast that's gonna come. Probably like a week. I never checked. Okay. It's not ready yet. Fair. Okay, Vic. Okay. I see you. No. That's fine. You freak. You sick freak. So I've got no room to judge? I'm expecting praise from you, Druid. What the fuck? Also, I forgot to open up Mix It Up. But no one ever uses the command, so I sometimes get away with it. Whoops. I have 30k points to spend? Damn. And you're intending on spending them all right now. Oh, it has to update. Okay, so there's no clip. Okay, so there's no clip command. Whoops. Whoa! Abigail Tabby Tail! 5 streams? Streaking? Aren't you get tired running around without any clothes on? I would. I mean, it's cold out. It's windy. You don't want praise from me for what I figured out Saturday? What? Huh? I thought we discovered that I did want it. Really? You know, it's bedtime, so I'm getting cozy. Aw, how fucking sweet. I'm glad you've chosen me to get a little cozy with. I'm flattered. I'm blushing. I'm permanently blushing, but pay no attention to that. Okay, now there's a clip command. So the next time we do something silly, it can be captured. Sorry. So the playlist I'm playing from today has some different songs. VOD watchers, you get to sit and wonder. And it's because this is the playlist of songs that I was debating someday maybe covering some of. And the lovely Marin has delivered on a bribe and requested one, so we will be working on a cover soon. It will probably be out on YouTube, so I can pre-record it, so I don't have to sing in front of you. Not directly, not seriously. Because I've learned from Captain. That sounds terrifying. A single thing goes technically wrong with that stream, and I blow my brains out live on television. Hi, Spooks! Anyway, would you like me to play the song that I will be singing next, or would you like it to be a surprise? I've queued it. I've queued it up. Is it Will Wood? It's not Will Wood. It's not. Will Wood's fun and awesome. I don't have the confidence to try a Will Wood song. Surprise me. We have one for surprise. I'm clearing the queue. And it's gone. And it's gone. You'll start to know it eventually. I'll announce it. But it's a sweet song. It's a love song. Ain't that cute? Ain't that cute for us?
No.
Mothsig at Skeleton Appreciation Day would go hard. True. True. Ah, that's a classic one. What's the one that got me into Will Wood? She, her, no, that's a band. The one that's about gender, or like, kind of has like an undertone of gender. To be honest, once it was just like when I performed in a live band, there was always butterflies in my stomach right up till the moment. I'm not opposed to doing it again, especially now I have a point redeemed for it. But hindsight, it felt weird having it tied to a follower goal. That's fair. Yeah, if it feels weird, then yeah, definitely don't do it. I'm just happy for whatever reason I get it. For whatever reason I get to hear your voice, I'm content. 6 up 5-0? No, that's not a gendery one at all. You would know it. You would know it. It's part of the normal album. It's I Me Myself. Just my only life from 9 to 5. Here, I'll cue it up. So in 10 seconds we will be listening to it. Ugh. My voice is a little hoarse, so sorry. Wap da da do, wap da da do, wap da da do, what up it? I love his silly, high-pitched sounds. I've been feeling lighthearted since I lost enough weight to fit back in my skin. Flower petals and feathers telling me to the ground, pound for pound. Take my teeth from formaldehyde for my feminine side since the day that I died. While I whittle my bones until I'm brittle, am I pretty now? It's a good one. It's a great one. This is the first song of his I heard, and then I didn't check out his other music for like a year. I just listened to this song. And then I found out Skeleton Appreciation Day was made by the same dude, and I was like, oh shit. Friend, am I pretty enough to lie to? Oh, oh, oh. Gonna smash this pizza for a little bit, and then me, right? I'll make stream leave. Ow. Sure. Guys, stream's over. Sorry, everyone. Since I gained enough weight to cover my bones. I gotta talk to mom for a minute or 10 or 20? I don't know that I can last. Sorry. Who was talking? Why am I blushing? Anyone else sweating? Moth got TTS? Huh? Huh? I do it? Do I? It told me I couldn't. Oh, it did it. Huh. Interesting. Well, it's very fitting for today, isn't it? Wow. I listened to this before I knew I was trans, and I sang, I wish I could be a girl, and I knew nothing. I was like, yep, I just like his silly little voice. I just like his silly little words. There's no deeper meaning here. Bum bum bum. Sorry, now I'm just listening to songs. Guys, I hope everyone's Monday is going well. I was slightly productive, and that's about it. I don't know. It's May 4th, I gotta start some shit. Commander Cody is way cooler than Captain Rex, and I'm tired of pretending he's not? Okay. Okay. So we're just being loud and wrong today, huh? Is that our theme for today? Is that our theme? Nah, I love them both, especially in what was the animated series following the Defective Guys? Shit. I actually can't fucking remember. My friend fucking loved it. Oh my god. Yeah! I was asking in the... Something's happened. Is it working? Is it working?
Terror in the Outer Rim. Swarms of hungry, thirsty, horny moths have descended upon outlying star systems. Desperate clone defenders attempting to hold the line find the bodysuit linings of uniforms stripped bare, leaving their armor plating to tumble off. Their identical, sweaty, scarred bodies completely exposed to the elements.
Huh?
Jedi Knights Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker have been dispatched to control the outbreak.
No, dispatch me. No, I can
but little do they know, their woolen Jedi robes are not the only Precio.
Precio. I bet there was more to that. And I have to go bullshit at work instead of watching this. Emery, I'm so sorry. We'll miss you dearly. I actually found out today while doing a little bit of research.
No.
Yeah. Precious things of theirs at risk. No, send me! Send me! I deserve it more! Anyway. What is that? It's fucking driving me crazy. I have to look it up. I'm sorry. Hated Clones Show. Bad Batch. Oh my god, that was gonna drive me crazy. Yes, in Bad Batch, we met Commander Cody again. And his conversations with our sniper guy, whose name I totally fucking forget, were a hard fucking core. There. I mean, that whole show, every bit of clones, like clone content post Empire Takeover is chef's kiss. So tragic. So I eat that shit up. Give me the sad people. Home, I see your star. You left it shining for me. He's a little low for me to like try and work into the voice I kind of want, but I love them. It's a great song. I think for this playlist, actually, a lot of it is songs that are two singers, because I thought it would be cool to sing the one part in Pleasant and the other part in Roth. And that would be part of the cool gimmick that we have going. But I didn't do that. But there's still time. Maybe someday. Druid, I'm glad you're excited. You fucking sweetheart. Oh, Moth versus Pleasant rap battle when? Just know. Just know. Like it's a battle to the bottom. It's a race to the bottom if it's me and also me trying to rap. Both terrible competitors. Anyway, I'm gonna set up the game. I actually can't think of anything else to yap about, though I do always enjoy listening to music and chatting with all of you. I hope your weeks have all been good. I hope you have been up to something cool. Oh no! I tried to boot up the game and it does that thing where it's fucked everything. Uh-oh. Make food, but I still haven't. Go eat. It is so loud. Oh god. It crashed. No, it didn't. Oh, this song's quite sad. Oh my god, it's crashing the fuck out of my computer. Oh god. I also gotta turn off the fucking thing. Graphics. Screen resolution. That already seems pretty not good. Okay, advanced options. Can I make it not full screen? Oh god, this is gonna be a pain in the ass to stream. I can already tell. Oh, and it crashed. Uh-oh. Big uh-oh. Wow, how did this happen? Why am I so small? There we are. There we are. Nope, I'm still not where I usually am. What the fuck happened? Firefox. Okay, that looks good? No? Yeah, I'm usually right about there, right? Have you ever played Force Unleashed? I have. I grew up playing Force Unleashed. That was a good game. For yet another 2000s beat 'em up, you know? Yeah? What do you love about it? What do you miss? How do I play this? How do I play this without it fucking up everything? Sam Witwer, the GOAT? Ugh, I love whenever he gets a chance to voice a Star Wars character, because he loves this universe so fucking much. Who was he in Clone Wars? He was the son of the like crazy in the island where they showed Anakin that he was gonna turn into Darth Vader and then mind whammied him. I watched that whole fucking show. I've watched every animated fucking Clone Wars shit. He was Darth Maul? Oh yeah, he was also Darth Maul. You start. What's the most? Was he? Am I thinking the wrong guy now? Sam Witwer, Clone Wars. Roles. He was just Darth Maul. Huh. Who was the son? No, it was Sam Witwer. Okay, he did do both. Okay. Can bruise my throat rotten, not gonna lie. I'm learning things. Not shocking things, but still learning. My life's alright, thank God, and my lucky stars alike. Best kinds of nervous. Pretty sure you do that shit on purpose. That's an expression. Druid, why aren't you getting food? Or are you back with food? Once again, I forget streamer mode because I'm a fool. Because I'm a big old dummy. Did something right. Don't know what I did or how I did it. This is driving me crazy. Now I'm kind of nervous to... I guess I should just try and run it. It does a weird thing with the resolution of all of my monitors, which makes it... And whenever I click off of it, obviously it fucking tries to kill itself. Stove is heating up, I'm waiting? Okay, I trust. I should have looked this up beforehand. Okay, there's like a whole guide to make it widescreen and HD, but like, it's kind of a huge pain in the ass. So we're just gonna run it. I'm gonna keep running it in the background while we're yapping to try and get it working. Until I'm sure I have gotten it in a way that it will show up on OBS. Frozen pasta takes forever to heat up, real. It's time to warm you up too while I'm waiting? Oh my god. My cheeks. They're blushing. Definitely the ones on my face. I'm under if I'm still breathing. Okay. Options. Nope, immediately crashed itself. Herm, this looks like it is not going to work, guys. I'm gonna try it like 2 or 3 more times. I can't even click off of it to make OBS capture it, so you can at least watch me struggle. Okay, there is no small screen option. I can change the resolution though, so let's see if that does anything. Oh, crash it. Every time I open up the screen resolution screen, it crashes. So maybe I'll just do without that. Maybe I can get it to work without that. Body can hurt me, hurt me, hurt me. I remember when there was a huge trans TikTok trend around this song. That was fun. That was silly. Okay, I'm just gonna click off of it and try and set it up on OBS. So let's go to the gaming screen. The problem is it does move my Naruto screen to a different monitor. I guess I can put it on this monitor. That's pretty good. That's pretty close. I mean, I can't see you guys anymore, but I can fix that. Okay, and then magic box. Please cooperate. Okay. Enough things inside me. Enough with that. Is that working? Everything closed. Shit. Crashed. It crashed. It fucking crashed again. Yep. It's so loud, too. Who are you and what have you done with Mothhay? Even I have a limit. Guys, did you see anything for any of that? No. Awesome. Fucking awesome. Okay. We're trying it one more time. If not, we're pivoting. How about now? How about now? Are we seeing anything now? Oh, crashed instantly. Didn't even get to the main menu. Okay. And we'll be pivoting. God, that's frustrating. Okay. Someday, I promise you, we will do a, oh my god, what the fuck has it done to my screen? Title, not now. That's frustrating. Someday we'll set it up. We'll set it up real nice. But today is simply not that day. Why are you fighting me? There you are. There you are. Okay, luckily for all of us, I did also download Fallen Order. Just in case KOTOR did not work. But still Star War. Just one Star War. Just a single Star War, please. Just one. Don't you good girl me. Don't you compliment me. I'll come. And then where will we be? Distracted. Wow. Oh no. I need to install a fucking EA app to play it. It's fine. I'm not mad. Want to play Good Girl, Bad Girl together? Everyone has to leave. Me and Drew need a moment. Everyone to play. So, you guys come here often? Do you like my eyes? Can you see them real good? They're spooky, right? I did my best. This game needs a controller for best experience. Life is a prison. Cover me tonight. I don't want to sleep. In the morning, something makes me want to sleep. Do I have a controller? Because I might just tell it to fuck itself. I might say, yes, I know this is recommended, but die. And what do you think of that? Oh, no, found it. Never mind, fine. Yeah, no numpad. But who needs it? There are only so many USB slots in this thing. I've plugged all her holes. I've put a USB in every last slot there is. And I sit here drooling in jealousy. Sorry, huh? Who said all that? All that foulness. Okay. I'm going home. And I'm just told. Carry on, my love will out the way. I die. Would you cover me tonight? Die for one another, sacrifice my soul. Cover me tonight. Ooh, it worked right away. Look at that. I love this song a lot. This is one of my favorites. But we'll pause it and we'll save it for when we're raiding out. I should check though to make sure it is. Is it on our like stream playlist? No, it's not. It should be. Wow. Okay, it should be appearing. I'm in the way, but when aren't I? There we are. You're plugged in though. But I do have a controller. It's not an Xbox controller, but like, come on. Is it the wrong thing? Did I take two different cords? No, this is the right cord. Okay, what the fuck? I looks fine on default. She's fine, she's fine. Headphones? Thank you. Okay, we'll start a new game. I did play it long ago, but I never finished it. And I would be very excited to. Windowed full screen. No. Oh. Will you apply, please? Oh. Why? Why not? Okay. She's a little smaller. Oh. Is it still visible really good? There it is. There it is. Now we're cooking. Whose sauce? My pasta is finally edible. Yippee, yippee, yippee. Dude, I can't do the controller. What the fuck? Guys, why is it fighting me? Aha! Yes? You're plugged in. You're literally plugged in. It can see you. Okay. Well, I also have an Xbox controller for such occasions. So let's see if that works better. I'm not really used to an Xbox controller. But, ooh, time's up. I get to wear clothes again. Yippee! Yippee! No, she's still not working. Guys, what the fuck? Why is a controller not being detected? Okay, well, it looks like... We will be using mouse and keyboard no matter its complaints. The best part about you putting on clothes is getting to strip you again? That would work on me. Careful, 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 careful! You're gonna fluster me. And then where will we be? God damn. I gotta make that more expensive. It feels like you guys are just redeeming it every time. No, it's fine. The creeps demand another model, they get another model. I suppose. The Maid Keeney. Moth, can you jerk me off with the Force? Not on this website, I can't. Okay. New journey. Should I do medium or hard? I guess medium. Medium's probably fine. No, this is like easy. No, this is... I don't know. I hate when they name things esoterically. Is this feels like not easy. This feels like beyond easy. This feels like I don't want to play a game, I want to watch a movie with interactable cutscenes. You know? So does that make this easy or medium? Stupid Twitch rules nerfing? I mean, that kind of stream is not far away. Moth, can you use your Jedi mind trick to make everything okay? That's called drugs. And no, I'm poor. I may use Force... Spooks, I'm putting you in the corner. Spooks, I'm putting you in the corner. You gotta take deep breaths, man. You gotta deep breaths, a cold glass of water, and then come back, and we'll I think it'll help. I'm gonna do night, and if it's a bit of a power fantasy, yeah, Force Unleashed was a bit of a power fantasy, and everyone loved that. Whoa. Okay. How is the volume? Volume seems good for you guys, but for me, I could use a bit more. Do you know what I gotta start doing for streams? Maybe on the first commercial. Ah, it's pretty loud. I don't know if you guys can hear me while the cutscenes are going on. Metachlorine? Like what they use in pool water? Yeah, exactly. Oh, hell yeah. Fucking throat singing?
I don't want to upset your rhythm, Cal, but the boss wants a word. It'll be good for us. Here he is, Chief.
An error has been detected on line 10A. All our clamps are jammed. I need 2 workers to climb up and secure the cables.
That's not an easy maneuver.
The guild will double your pay for this shift.
Come on, Cal.
Well,
What's our score? That couldn't hurt. Huh?
Double's pretty nice.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Get to work.
This way.
I'm right behind you.
Oh. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just moving OBS so I can see where the game capture is at. I actually realized I was looking at my own mic and not the game capture, thinking that the game was really overpowering me. But it's not, so that's good. God, I really fucked up my voice today. What?
Don't worry.
Ooh, also, hold on. Subtitles. Subtitles. That would be cool. I can't hear so good. Is it in video? No. Is it in visuals? No. What the fuck? I feel like everyone puts subtitles in a different place. Gameplay is just not correct. Anyway, yeah. Turn those on.
About it.
Sorry, I just wanted to hear the lore conversations that were happening. Get you a y'all glass of water, so I stared at her model. You misspelled every part of that, but I love you. I'll take flirting.
I don't think these tools are gonna make it through the shift.
Up here.
You say that every time.
Remember the old days
After
when
you,
the guild
kid.
serviced our gear?
Yeah, those were the days.
Okay,
Imperial contractors abandoned.
careful.
Maintain our own
Excuse me. Yeah, shut up, man. Sorry, I'm trying to hear everyone complain about the Empire. Oh.
Will you look at that? A separatist ship. Haven't seen a Luke or Hulk in ages. Yeah.
Ages.
Breaking her will be big money. All right, let's go. Heads up!
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Ladder's out, though. Gonna have to find another way.
Yeah, no problem. I'll improvise.
See you there, pal.
Depart this barge immediately. You are not approved trash.
I'm trash, just not approved trash.
Easy there.
Just passing through.
Hurry up. We're close to finishing ahead of schedule. I can just about taste the credits. Gonna be a wild night tonight. Let's get this job done.
Reckless now.
Good to see you.
You too. Don't get yourself killed.
That's the idea. Sounds like scrap rats. Creepy. Just passing through, guys. No need to come out and say hi this time.
Darth Pegora is wild work. Spooks. Fucking wild work. Also, Captain, no hi, no hello, no good to see you, cutie. Come in, shut me up. Fucked up. Fucked up.
Hey, Cal, I'll meet you at the clamps.
Sounds good. Be there soon.
Darth Fake Top? You are talking a lot of trash for someone in second timeout range.
Whoa.
How'd you get here?
How'd you get here?
Huh?
I really love this character a lot. Woo. Am I supposed to be going down? Yeah, I guess.
The ship cutter is here. There it goes.
Ah.
We should get moving. Yep, good looking out.
Okay. Am I supposed to climb this? Yes, I am. So I can keep watching the ship cutter cut the ship. Oh, shit. Yep, that sure did the thing it said it was gonna do.
Hurry, we gotta finish before they start cutting this wing.
They'll cut it while we're still on it? Yeah? That's fucked up.
Cal, use the manual override lever below.
Ah!
Got it. Your turn.
Hold on. All right, clamp secured.
I keep pressing E. I don't know if I need to.
Give me a fright there, pal.
Done.
Hang on, I got this. We're done. Get on up here.
Ah! Cat!
Take a look at this.
Hello!
It's a Jedi fighter. What a score! It's a real scrapper's payday. I mean, this he's been here, what, 4
Whoa,
years?
I saw Pansy. No, I'm sure you didn't.
Flew this, but that
No,
was
I'm sure that did not
forward.
occur.
Those
Guys, stop
Jedi.
stripping me in front of my
What a
girlfriend.
tragedy. Yeah, I've always said they couldn't all be traitors.
Yeah, maybe.
Guess it's just our lucky day. Empire's gonna get a lot of good material out of it. Yeah, here we are scrapping these ships from the war just so they can turn around and make new ones. What a racket, huh? All of us risking our necks for the bosses. And the pay was better back during the Republic, too.
Ooh,
Really should watch what you say.
Prof, shut up.
I just feel like this could be your ticket off this soggy rock.
What makes you think I want out of here?
Come on, Cal, you're a young guy. You don't end up like me. Eventually, you gotta move on and live your life. Find your destiny.
Spooks, I hate to tell you this. And I'm lying, I love to tell you this. Bisexual is full gay. There's no half gays.
Maybe we should get back now.
You're not listening to me. What was that?
Oh. Oh, we gonna die. Oh, we finna gonna die. Woo.
Well, well, well. If it isn't my favorite moth, pissing all by yourself, trooper, execute Order 69.
Seamless. Fucking seamless, Max.
You okay?
Cal, I can't climb up!
Prof, just hang on.
Send me!
No, don't let go.
I can't hold on!
I like that you can see the spy droid in the back. Oh.
You okay, bro?
I'm all right. Just pin him down.
Pilot's gone. I'll get us out of here. Just hang on.
I'm doing
Watch out,
okay.
Cal.
Look out.
Sorry, the game capture's really loud. I should turn that down a bit. Hold on. So I can chat with you guys. Hi, everyone. We're gonna play Knights of the Old Republic, but it didn't work. So now we're playing this, which is also exciting. I played it a bit before, but I never beat it. How are you doing? Happy May the 4th be with you.
Flying. Hold on.
Finally, Kat's drawing of me with the single Star Wars shirt is accurate. Finally, we play a Star Wars game. One single Star Wars for the creeps.
What was that back there? Was that you?
Nope.
Wait, that was the Force, wasn't it?
Shut up.
Please.
I've seen the stories. I've heard it. There's bounties out on people like you.
I know.
Yeah, we're ready. We need to be careful. Yeah.
Ah! Hi, Wiki. I love Fallen Order. What I played of it was pretty fun. Also, guys, we have an ad in 3 minutes.
You holding up okay?
I'm gonna be running off to try and make myself a cup of tea to try and cure my voice.
Cal, I've been working with you some time now. I've never seen you do anything like that before.
Yeah, I keep it on the DL because it's a crime.
So, I know the risk that you took for me. I don't know how to repay you.
I do really like that when you use the Force, you can see one of the spy droids behind you.
This place?
Like, that is a good touch. So I know that this fucking idiot does not do me in, that I was already fucked.
Maybe you should, disappear.
Just gotta head back to my place, grab my bag. Tappers owes me a favor.
I heard he was up on, Nar Shaddaa.
Yeah. You won't be seeing me for a while, Prof.
Probably not ever, Prof.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Cal.
He is a little overt. He is super overt. Love him though. Oh.
Prof? Prof, wait up.
Hey, man.
Where you going?
Hey, man. You're being spooky and mysterious, and I don't fuck with it. This is such a good scene. That is such a good transition every fucking time I see it. Every fucking time I see it, it's awesome.
discretion.
Master.
Trust only in the Force.
Oh. Rand al'Thor to look like in the Wheel of Time book series? Holy shit, it's been a million years since I've heard that referenced.
Going on. Everybody up.
I
Identification
don't.
ready.
I never fully read it. That and Tales of Earthsea are like classics that I really want to read. Wouldn't I love you, Prof? I love your best case scenario attitude. Guys, the ad is just about to begin. I'm gonna run off. Love you. I'm gonna play some music for anyone who is subscribed. So you don't get ads, but you get to listen to song. Love you, bye. Hello. Sorry, real quick distraction will only take a second. Pretty sure this is already in the quotes channel. It will be going there again. Oh, unless someone already did it. Nope. The Druid captured the Sam Witwer moment. Valid. Incredibly valid. Hi, everyone. And from here. Michael Sarah Palin, love you. I'm skipping you. This is also a weird song. But we're back. The ads are done. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I still can't believe my controller won't work. It's really upsetting to me. I don't know why. Okay. Whoa. Yeah, that sure looks like a normal inspection amount of troops. That looks super normal.
Is this all of them?
Yes, second sister.
We seek a dangerous fugitive. This is no common anarchist, but a devotee of the treasonous Jedi Order. Failure to turn over this traitor will result in a charge of sedition. Turn yourself in, or everyone present shall face summary execution.
Whoa. 3 people popped up with guns.
think
1 person pulled out a
It's time
spear.
someone came forward.
Guy, you didn't have to lift anything.
I've been working on this heap a long time. Way before the war. We refit and rebuilt ships. Best in the galaxy. Then came the Empire. And engineers became scrappers. The workers?
Guys, do you want to see the really cool mug I stole from
started
Kat
getting
for my
warped.
tea?
We all know the truth.
I just keep that thing on me?
We're just
That's crazy. I mean, thank
afraid
God
to
for the
say it.
game, but... Whoa.
to the Empire. We're all just expendable.
Yes, you are.
No!
Look at this. A lightsaber.
Ooh, by the fucking scruff.
the Jedi!
No kidding.
Checking out the disturbance.
Oh, that hurts.
Hold it. Don't move. How'd you get here?
Easy now.
Got
You
a
know.
stowaway.
Hey, you don't need to call this in.
Quiet.
I told you. I guarantee he has been dreaming of this fucking moment. Why? So the force power is on 1. That's crazy. We cannot allow that. Hold on. Oh. I see. I see. Well, we'll put push on forward and pull on back. That makes sense to me. And I guess I just won't use slow. Well, I guess I could do that for slow. That seems pretty good. Yeah? Unbound from target. Oh. Who needs to target? Who needs it?
Hear that over the comm? Jedi? Stay sharp. They won't get past us. The traitor. Blast them. You. Get up here.
My block stamina. I see.
Lay down. Contact confirmed. Shoot to kill. Look out! Affirmative. I thought I'd be the last one standing. I sealed the cargo door.
Unseal that shit. Thank you.
One way out. All right, keep moving.
Is that not a thing? It sure looks like a thing. Whatever.
I chose to rest instead. That's how I prepare.
Oh.
That's how you prepare.
It's not. Oh, I see. I'm locked. I'm locked out of this because I accidentally unbound a thing that it's trying to tutorialize me on. I see. Okay.
Rest when you're dead, Stormtrooper. Did you hear that too? It's the Jedi. Loud and clear. Stay back.
I see. I can see their block stamina as well.
Can't take a hit.
Cool. I shouldn't have messed with my settings while it was trying to tutorialize me. Shit. Oh, were you guys? No. Ah, that's what that was a timer for. There we are. Okay, slow is unbound. We'll put it back on 1.
I won't let up.
Okay, murder refills my meter.
Down, you intruder.
Ow.
The fugitive comes this way. I'm ready for it.
I imagine the dream of any long-time fucking Jedi fugitive, or possibly most fugitives, is to suddenly be in a position where your only choice is to go on a huge fucking murder spree. Woo! Cutscene almost sent me to my fucking death.
Get to the front. Stop the train.
It's just like every swallowed insult, every moment where they're like, I don't know. Yeah,
Oh, no.
good thing we killed all those fucking guys.
Gotta move in between bursts. Now.
They call that the dark side? Yeah, I'm a huge fan. Oh, you moved.
Woo! Faster.
No!
Here. I'm ready for you, traitor.
Oh, woof. Friendly fire. #1 killer.
You shot the coupling out.
That's okay.
Gotta get down.
Oh. I'm pressing E. I'm sure it doesn't affect anything, but I'm pressing it. Okay, back up we go.
Whoa! This is bad.
No kidding.
Only way is up.
Ah! Isn't that convenient? Sure. I'm a fan of the Grey Jedi personally. From very little I do know of Star Wars, that is. I am not. Even though, principally, personally, I really agree with the ideal of a Grey Jedi, making a Grey Jedi just completely fucking kills the point, in my eyes. I don't know.
Keep moving. We'll pick you up when we can.
It's like, what if we just had a third team that was good at everything? It's annoying is what it is. But yes, ideally, yes, I would be in complete agreement with that philosophy. Hi guys. Ow. Fuck you. Good thing your friends all waited to fucking come at me until you were dead, huh? Ah. No, no, no. Sorry. Except I'm not.
What now?
Ah. What now indeed? Ah.
Train stuff?
Door stuck! Train stuck! Let me out! Train stuck! Ooh, that's bad. That looked evil. That ship looked like it had nefarious plans for me.
Oh, this can't be good.
Oh, and it does! Sick! Whoa. Woo. That's fine. Just gonna head right for the door. Oh yeah! Whee!
Hold on!
Oh! Oh, that's my spine. Just completely fucking shattered. A TIE interceptor. I'm trying to intercept her. Just kill me.
Going somewhere.
No. No, I think I'm done.
I recognize that stance. Perhaps you've had some training after all. Who's your master? Padawan? Someone I killed, perhaps? What Jedi gave their life so that you might live?
Whee! Ah! Ah!
Scared, are we?
Ah! Okay.
You can't run forever.
Wow, everything is bound really badly.
Feeling scared?
Ow.
You're only making this worse. You bleed like all the
Ow.
others.
Okay, that has to get bound to something else right now. Right fucking now it does. God, but what? But what? Control? Control sounds good. Control sounds great. And it's bound to nothing. Perfect. Ah.
Maybe they call it interceptor because it's in between the in her and the accept her.
I don't know whether to boo or applaud. My
Get on board!
Ooh.
Captain!
Boo. I feel like perhaps you could have shot her in the face in that moment. Oh. Me halfway and strangled me gently? For free? For free I get to do that? Where was I when you got this outfit update?
Okay, shut that thing off. Let me see.
You know, it's just the same outfit without a hood, but I did change my face. Ah, now I'll pay.
for the
You
help.
know just how to butter me up. All right, come here. Come here.
My name is Sir Jun, and this is my captain, Reese Riders.
Why didn't I get to watch you
doing?
put it on?
Yeah, the manager's
Vapor.
my ship, but you better pay attention to this lady here.
So,
Vapor, I don't even I
Kestis.
can't.
Who was that back there?
Anyone else sweating? Anyone else?
Imperial Inquisitor. She's a Force user hunting Jedi survivors. And now that she knows who you are, she will not stop until she destroys you.
How do you know so much? And why'd you help me?
We track Imperial communications. We heard the Inquisitors were heading to Braca. So we made our move.
Oh, yeah? And what's the bounty on Jedi these days anyway?
Whoa! Who killed Vapor?
Attitude for you.
I get it. You've been surviving on your own for so long. that
Only
it's
I can make her
impossible to trust
sweaty.
anyone. And it's what's kept
He's
you
gone
alive.
mad with power.
But this is
He's
about
gone
something
fucking
bigger
insane.
than just surviving.
Like what?
Like rebuilding the Jedi Order.
That's crazy work, lady. That's it. That's an insane thing to say.
Anybody else?
Oh, we're not good enough for you?
The Jedi Council?
They're gone.
Nope. Just us. Like I wasn't abusing my power already. It's true, but this feels.
Set a course for Bogano.
Aye,
Aye. Yar
meantime-
and all that.
Try and relax. Go, you're safe.
Anyway, someone demanded I strip, so we'll do that. And while we're doing that, guys, I want to show you the mug I have my tea in. I have tea to try and not cough my fucking lungs out as much. I'm gonna turn on the thing, and I'm not gonna be scared that it's not put right.
Find your destiny.
Ooh, it's like a little low.
You were talking in your sleep.
Okay, well, I'm not risking pushing it up anymore. Look at this. It's a little skull. It's like a little bright, so you can't really make out all the details. But like, ain't she cute? Anyway. Anyway, I guess I'll strip now.
Calamity plagues the galaxy.
Ah!
The galaxy's supply of feminims are running low.
No!
Jedi Knight Moth Pleasantine traverses the galaxy in search for the pill-shaped golden nectar booby givers. Can she make it back unshushed by the Sith Lord Darth Balgag?
Well, let's not go completely unshushed. I mean, he sounds like an interesting sort of person. He sounds like maybe he has some good points that he could deliver to me. Anyway. Hold on, the narrator is onto something. That's what I'm saying. Never Doors! Hello! How you doing? Straight to the quotes channel. Who, me? You're not gonna take the effort to write all that out. It's gotta be Spooks,
So,
right?
I wrote it
Ah,
years ago.
interesting.
You touch an object and witness events connected to it. You feel its history.
It's an echo
Narrator, I was way ahead of you. I got one around here
Even Jedi
somewhere.
have that skill.
Hey,
How would you know
Vapor, we should hang out
was once a
sometime for no reason.
But not anymore.
Do I know you?
No. But I knew your master, Jaro Tapal. He was a true guardian of the Republic.
He was a hero.
I'll take my time out. He knows it's coming. He's accepting it with open arms.
I survived, but my connection to the Force is damaged. When I meditate, if I let my guard down, I lose control. And it's like I'm back in that moment when...
You survived, Cal. And you're not alone. Not anymore.
Episode 4 right now when I got home from the gym? Ooh, nice. How's she liking it? How'd she like episodes 1 through 3? Or is she rewatching it? I don't know why I assumed she was watching it for the first time.
This is Bogano.
I just want to hear
Jedi
hot
who
takes.
discovered it before the Purge.
And people who are new to the
You won't
series
find
usually
any
have one.
maps.
The Empire doesn't know this place exists.
No.
It's like her 100th time. When it thunders, she just puts on Star Wars. That's cute.
Hide out
That's
here?
so cute.
We're done hiding, Cal. See that structure over there?
We're done hiding, just
I
running.
believe
We're
that
still
vault holds
running,
the key
but
to
no more hiding.
rebuilding the Jedi Order.
Important distinction.
But it requires someone strong in the Force to pass its test.
And since you're not a Jedi anymore, that's why you need me.
I know you don't trust me. And I'm not really sure I trust you.
Okay.
But we have a common enemy. And a common cause. I'll share more of my plan after you reach the vault. But, until then, there's someone here I think you should meet. May the
Okay.
Force be with you.
Smash, Marry, Kill, Ahsoka, Asajj Ventress, and Padme?
Guess I'm looking for a Jedi then. But if there's already one here, why does Seer need me?
I don't know enough about Asajj Ventress. I just know she's a hot Sith. But I guess I kill her. I marry badass senator woman.
This looks like a safe place to meditate.
And
Just need to focus my mind.
I guess smash Ahsoka. Yeah, Mando version. Valid. Valid, and I love that actress. Okay. Okay, a power attack. Sick. We love a power attack. Hello, legs.
Hey, BD1. I'm Cal. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm looking for someone. No, not you. I'm searching for a Jedi, I think. Hold on. You know the Jedi? What do you know? Wait, hold on. Did you just slice that? Thanks.
Sick.
That's the vault Seer mentioned. Whoever I'm supposed to find must be waiting there.
It's crazy to think she's around while Vader is dead. I feel like the timeline is too cluttered. Yeah. I get that. No, I got it. I understood. Thank you. Thank you. I got it. I understand. Let me out of here. Yes. Cool. Thank you. Thanks. It's a very slightly intrusive, I'm glad I showed you guys the cup, because now I can strip. It's a little hot. A little hot in this room. Like, really sure? Yeah. I will say, the only time I was really like, okay, fucking come on to the timeline was when they had Vader about to kill Ahsoka and then had her time travel the fuck out of there.
Zipline?
That was a lot for me.
How'd you know that would work? Wait, you did?
That was annoying. I felt like, I don't know. I get they love the character, but that would have been an appropriate time for her to die. I love her dearly, but... Oh, yeah. Whoops, spoilers, sorry. I watch a lot of the animated stuff. Which technically it's not relevant, like you don't need to know it, I just really like to.
That doesn't look safe. Just like back at the scrapyard.
Woo! I thought you were gonna crouch and then you almost fucking jumped. Why? Why? Why did you do that? Just a lover of small animals? Hey, oh, you just walked past that shit without even flinching. Okay, that was crazy.
That was pretty brave. You okay?
Rebels was mid as fuck? I grew to love Rebels by the final season.
Okay.
But it took a lot, and it still wasn't as good as any other animated thing they made. It's like, she's in the world between worlds, didn't time travel. But like, what's the difference? But ultimately, they were like, God, we gotta get rid of her for an amount of time. And then bring her back because we don't want to permanently get rid of her because we have fucking commitment issues because we are goddamn Disney. Agrees with you now that she's realized it's Rebels. Yes, okay.
Busted, but this should help you get moving for now. Okay, try that. The vault. Yeah, that's where I was headed to. Okay, well, first we gotta figure out a way out of this place.
Yeah, Rebels was kind of crazy. But they made a live action thing. Ooh, I can customize my lightsaber. Do I have any customization pieces? Or do I have to... Ooh, I can choose orange, full Bastila. Let's go. I'm sticking with Joro Tapals because it's awesome looking. I kind of like this one. I like that a lot. And then our kind of broken looking shit. Sure. I like that. That's sleek. That's fun. Sick.
BD, that's a little small for me. Don't worry, I'll find my own way out.
Oh, okay. Ah, fuck you. You try to use a new fancy attack and they just fuck you immediately. Where am I going? Do I go back the way I came? Can I go back the way I came? No. Cool. Was I not supposed to go that way? Oh, no, you got that shit.
But this should work.
Thanks, man. Ah, cool.
Those vines look like they lead somewhere. Hope they're sturdy.
Did it censor TTS? Was there a TTS? Uh-oh. I will say I probably don't have... Oh, okay. Ow. Many credits. Many tokens, or whatever it uses. Should I guess I should go this way? It's like, no, bitch, go the long way. It doesn't matter that it's right there. Ooh, that looks painful. Oh. And it was. Tisk, talk.
Yeah, I'm all right.
It's Spencer TS? TSL. What? What are you talking about?
Healing stim. You're full of
That one
surprises.
Mando girl was literally a fan OC that got made canon. Yeah, she's a Force-using Mandalorian who's quirky and cool and everyone loves her.
Thanks,
Wait,
little
the
Okay,
orange hair
let's try this again.
girl.
Oh,
When did she use the Force? What the fuck?
okay. Here, hop on board.
She was awesome though. I did like her, but I didn't know they turned her into a Jedi.
So, how'd you get here? Don't remember? I've never known a forgetful droid.
What do you mean? They have their memories wiped all
Can't
the
argue with
time.
that.
Literally all the time. That's like a huge thing. Shortcut unlocked. Ooh, a box. Let me in there. Let me in that
chest.
box.
Think the Jedi would mind if we grab supplies? So what was in there?
Ooh, a new emitter. Probably not as cool. Honestly, I'll probably stick with the Droid Tapal one forever because I love it a lot.
That's where we need to go. I can feel it.
Sure, man. You can feel it, and it's not just like the only place there is to go. She was... Am I thinking of the right girl? The girl with the bob, right?
Mapped everywhere we've been.
Sick. It's like, no, don't try it. Stop it. Yes, thank you.
We
New
can't make it
objective.
over there. We gotta find another way.
Okie doke. Have I been down there yet? I don't think so. Pink poncho when?
Where are you going?
Whenever they give it to me. Whenever they give me a poncho, I will be wearing it. There it is. Poncho. We can make him yellow. No, I'm good. We can make the mantis yellow. No, I'm also good with that. Thank you. I like that this actor loved the poncho and was really upset that they got rid of it for the next game. Does meditating at these unlock a thing, or am I just doing it for no fucking reason? Sabine! Yes. Yeah, Sabine was awesome. Who
This
carved
tool
this?
was used by someone eager to reach the vault.
Cool. Just checking. Just seeing what's around. Fucking die. Oh. Hello.
Run for it!
Okay. Okay. What the fuck? It seems like there is nowhere to go here. Ah! Wow, you are quite large. Does everything move well? Yep. Okay, map, not pause. Got it. Ah, I see. Goodbye, sir. It's lovely meeting you. It wasn't. Oh, you're kidding me. That actor is the Joker. Huh? What are you scanning? A fish. Okay, cool. You can scan them too. Okay, scan corpses. Learning things. Ah, and plants. Scan corpses and plants. Understood, game. What about these guys? Can I scan these guys? Nope, they've fucked off. They've completely fucked off. Ah, hold on. What? Still better Joker than Suicide Squad Joker? They never even called him the Joker? He gets a lot of hate for appearing on screen for all of, like, a second. Not that I particularly liked him, but they didn't give me time to like him or dislike him. Season 2 Jerome, if you're talking about the cop drama, then I felt that one was a little on the nose, but I did like him when he first showed up. When they stapled his face back on, he got kind of a little annoying.
As your ally, you will overcome any obstacle. You will master any path. Now,
He spent too much time nailing condoms to trailer doors instead of being on set. Vapor, elaborate. I'm begging you, I need it. That's horrifying. Okay. Do the tricks. Do the sick tricks, kid.
good. Now, reach my position.
Ah! That's cool.
Persistence and the Force is my ally.
I will say,
Just remembering old tricks.
this game is really incredibly good at switching from gameplay to
Can you show me
cutscenes.
that shortcut again?
And now it's unlocked. Yes, because I know how to jump. Thank you. That seems impossible, but fuck it. Cool.
This area was used for meditation by someone familiar with the Jedi Order.
Okay. Do I... Is this back the way I came? I have no fucking idea. Yes, it is. It is totally back the way I came. Cool. Jared Leto, when playing the Joker, tried to method act by nailing condoms to his CD star's door and mailing them pigs' heads and dead mice. I knew about the pigs' heads and dead mice, and that feels in line with Joker. Condoms feels just a little crackheady. I think he was perhaps just on crack. And he was like, no, I was method acting. I think perhaps he just had some other thing going on. A box.
Okay. Something we can use?
Ooh, cool. He was trying to be Heath Ledger and failed? Was Heath Ledger a method actor? I don't think he was. I think that's a myth. I don't think he really did anything super crazy. Jared Leto in concert, but all I could see was the Joker? That's hysterical. Bum, 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 bum.
Racy there? Whoa, it's on.
Can I slow him? Ha! I can!
We're not finished yet. Okay, you probably would have won. Probably.
Damn, not allowed to cheat. Secluded himself away and crept a scribbled journal as if he were the Joker. I see. I know there's like a lot of stories of him just like hanging out with the cast normally as well. So I know like the myths of him becoming totally, completely in the character are like not accurate.
Amazing.
Because people try and tie his death to that, which is like just, I don't know, a little bit mythologizing of an imaginary character when my guy just had clinical records of depression.
Well done, whoever you are. You have passed the test I left behind and gained access to the vault and this recording, one of many encrypted logs stored in the droid. I am Master Eno Cordova. I may not know your name, but I know your purpose. The fate of the Jedi Order lies in your hands. This place, this vault, is a sacred temple, built by a vanished civilization known as the Zepho. Meditating here, I was granted a premonition through the Force, a vision of doom. I have placed inside this vault a Jedi holocron, containing a list of the names and locations of young Force sensitives throughout the galaxy.
Oh, that would be really bad if that fell into the wrong hands.
Also another test.
Okay.
I can only trust this holocron to someone who has followed my path and understands. Seek out the hidden tombs of the three sages and learn to perceive the mysteries of the Force as the Zepho once did. In this droid, you will find everything you need to succeed on this journey. Go to the Zepho homeworld. There, you will find peace in the eye of the storm. Good luck, Jedi. And may the Force be with you.
One day I'll be an actor in a Star Wars movie, and I'll method act. I'll use the Force and hire people to grab stuff for me while I go wow, wow, wow. This is the dream. This is the goal. Vapor, when we're someday rich and famous, we will use our clout to be fucking public nuisances.
Without any purpose, just hiding.
I mean, that's fair, man.
There's no way to live.
Yeah.
Not for a Jedi. Or a droid. Maybe Cere was right. Maybe we're done hiding. Hey, you want to meet some friends of mine?
verbally abusing his staff. Jim Carrey verbally abusing his staff while making Man on the Moon because his character possessed him. Yeah, I think he's just an asshole. I think, like, I don't know. Method acting in general feels like, because any amount of acting, you typically will like try to put your head in the character. It is helpful for a variety of reasons. And then to do it throughout your day-to-day is also normal to think about.
Okay, I'll look.
But then you get into like how you treat other people, and then it's just like, oh, you just see people as props. That's the fucking problem.
We'll be waiting.
The problem was never certain types of acting. The problem is that you took a thing that you were supposed to be doing internally and you started doing it externally. Oh, that's... Woo! Woo! Ow! Fuck! Ow! Ow! Fucking hell! Oh my god. Oh, he killed me. He fucking one-shot me. Oh, the Souls-like part of the Souls. That's right. And I don't remember the last time I used a meditation point. 'Cause I'm a fool. Wave your hand while walking through an automatic door pretending to be a Jedi? Yes. Yes, I do. I totally do. Alright, bitch. Come here. We're fighting again. Hello. Ow. Fuck. Oh, okay.
Quick, help!
Ow.
Give me a stim.
Ow. Ow. There you are. Done with you.
Thanks for the help.
Fame, money, and power do things to people as well. It's true. There are many clinical proven studies that power just innately changes the way your brain works. And you have to take active measures to not fall prey to that. Anyone who is just like, nah, I'm built different, I'm built humbler, I'm built better, is fucking fooling themselves. Door is locked from the other side. Interesting. Did I fucking miss something? I don't know.
I'll check it out.
I'm built different, built dumber. Ooh, guys, I never timed you for the fucking thing for the costume change. Has it been 30 minutes? I'll set a 10-minute timer. I'll let you guys have 10 more minutes
Such a peaceful
with my
culture to
tits
have
out.
any sort of
You're welcome.
fascination with a place so
I'm built ignorant to the power I have. Real. Feel on top of the world when payday rolls in. I can't imagine how much it would poison my brain when you got all the money and everyone loves me, you know? Kind of real. Oh, I can go to Dathomir? Holy shit. Sick. Aha. Yippee.
81.
Let's meditate. Let's chill. Okay. Rest. Refills all my stuff, but all the enemies come back. Cool. And we have a skill tree. Oh my god, twinning! Maximum force increased. Dashes forward and attacks his target. Jump while dashing to flip over the target instead. Kind of super sick. Or just maximum life. No, I want more tricks. I want more cool tricks and shit. Will you show the flip thing? You will show the flip thing. Cool. I'd be a good person with heaps of money and power, but like I hold a lot of grudges. The only thing I like to think is that I would continue to think about fucking how I act. Like I would try to catch myself.
What is this place?
If I had loads of money and power. Ooh. How do I get through you? Ah! Woo! Almost didn't make it. But I did. I'd be the Scottish Keanu Reeves? We all wish.
I use this place to study the sphere above. I can still feel the excitement.
Cute. Do I get to turn all them off? Oh, goody. Goody. Okay, and what's up there? How do I get up there? It seems like there's something up there. Herm. There's gotta be a way, right? Oh, interesting. There's those. Really doesn't seem like it. That's gonna drive me fucking crazy. Connect to over here somehow. Huh. If I jump straight at the ball, I'm willing to bet that's nothing. No, yeah. Okay, well, perhaps not. How do you feel with the world at your fingertips? You can have any car, house, man, woman you desire. What are you doing with this power? Vapor, huh? Sorry? I was reading hentai. I mean, researching accurate human anatomy. And didn't listen to a word you said, but, ice cream, I guess, if that's an option. Perfect. Flawless. The perfect human being. There's gotta be a way in from outside. That's gotta be the case. Yeah, look at that shit. Look at that shit. Have I been this way? Ooh. No. Damn. So close, yet so far. Getting up there would be nice, wouldn't it?
Looks like it smells worse than Grease does.
Ooh. That is gonna be a huge fucking problem. Is there a meditation thing anywhere that I could do before I fucking tangle with this guy? I would hate to have to do all that shit again. I sure would. No? Okay, I guess we'll just do it. It's not like we have a lot of force echoes to lose, right? No, we're on break. We're on break. Power doesn't corrupt, it's predetermined. Starts lightsaber. What color would Y'all's lightsaber be? Red. Real. Yeah, definitely red. I would not be chill with the Jedi philosophy. If I had force powers, it would be I would turn Sith. But, you know, ideally, I wouldn't have force powers, you know? And then I'm just like another morally gray scoundrel. And people love morally gray scoundrels. Fucking... Also, speaking of Jedi who fall slightly to the dark side, I wish they did more with Obi-Wan killing, quote-unquote, Maul in anger in Episode 1. I feel like there was something cool you could have done there, but I guess that was... I don't know. Time to commission someone to make a Sith Moth and a Jedi Pleasant? Actually, such a good idea. Actually, such a good idea. I don't know that I'd be able to resist the urge to not fuck with the lives of people who've hurt me, like the one dude in the Ochikuba story? I don't know that story. Old Japanese version of Cinderella where the prince makes the mother-in-law and stepsister's lives miserable, totally legally using money and influence. Much nicer than Brothers Grimm, where they just get crushed by rocks and have their eyes pecked out. I volunteer to draw it. Vapor, you wanna draw me? I would actually come in excitement. Guys, what if I just one-shot it? What if I just do it first try, no issues? What do we think? Ow.
Throw it!
Ow.
Hurry!
Oh my god, I'm so bad at this. Okay. No, that's fine. Now the story was way more satisfying. Fair and valid. The YouTuber who does a summary of the story and it's hilarious? Hell yeah, I'd love to watch that. You said you wish they did more with Obi-Wan killed Maul in anger? You mean episode 2 and 3? Do you think... Wait, are you implying that Obi-Wan killing Maul in anger led to Anakin falling to the dark side? Because... yeah, okay. Fair. That's super fair. I don't know. They really put him as kind of uncorruptible. Oh, yeah.
Him, now.
Ow.
You missed him.
Moo! Got him. Easy peasy. Man, I should have done a prediction on that shit. I thought I would just give up eventually. No, you don't want to scam this guy? You don't...
Slice this?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry
yeah, yeah.
about your scalp link, but standing up to that bog rat, pretty brave.
What the fuck? That's why the song is called Duel of Fates?
The bogling was killed. Was he trying to defend his family?
Yeah. Yeah, you're totally right. Obi-Wan dogmatically backs Anakin. He was not ready to be a teacher, and that anger passed to his student. That's true? Fuck, that's true. God damn, that's true. Okay. Ah! Okay. That didn't happen. Nobody saw that. Why is this available to me? Can I make it across? I can. Okay. I thought it was just like a moment for my hubris to fucking prove my downfall. Okay. How do I get up there? Most whole character in that show was him trying to break Kenobi. Yeah, I guess, but I don't feel like they did a whole lot with it. But that might just be my memory. I definitely went over here, I think. I think, yeah. Yeah, there's a red thing over there, so I guess that's impassable. I guess there's just more to this island. I wish you could teleport to the other things. That would be really useful. Okay, that's red, that's yellow up there. Back to the ship. Okay, well. Spoiler inbound? For what? Hi. Oh, you're just telling me where to go? Okay, fine. You bastard. Can I just jump? Hell yeah. Oh, you don't want to do that one, man? You're just not fucking chill with that one? There you are. He killed the woman he loved? What the fuck do you mean? Maul did? The Mandalorian senator? Or Kenobi killed the woman Maul loves?
I sense something over here.
Love BD canonically asking, why are you exploring every nook and cranny, man? Because I wanna. Fuck off. Ow. Ow. Fucking quit it. Fractured plane. Cool. Whoa. Sick. Hi, sir. Can I come bother you? No? That's fair. I'll just let you keep doing you then. Oh. Red. Red.
Stim crate. Should be here. Wait, can he carry more?
Thanks,
BD1.
Cool. I'll kill Kenobi's wifey, air quotes, because the Jedi have a swear to celibacy. Right, but, you know, he was definitely breaking that shit. As was everybody. But, you know. him included. Have I been down there? I have, right? Pretty sure I have. Yeah, I have. Okay. But I can go down there in order to go hit the elevator and then come back up, but like, why would I do that? Is Maul doing another evil thing? Not really, doesn't really build on what I was talking about, but was just kind of its own arc. He did that because he hated him. Because he fucking cut him in half. I reckon Kenobi hung like a horse? Wishful thinking there, Spooks? Daydreaming, even? I mean, I don't judge, I'm just saying. Okie doke. I've done a bunch on this place. Don't know why I wanted to kill the innocent little guys.
BD1.
Ah, yes? What are you doing? Oh, you can just scan them regardless of if they're out or not. Okay, cool. Nori! Alright. Hey guys, can you let me in? Can you... Hey guys? Oh, you're over there. No, it's cool. Just let me walk around like an idiot. Do you know cowboy slash girls from the top? What are you talking about?
Come on board. We'll talk inside.
Devilman dragged into a philosophical conversation about how the Devilman from The Conjuring tries to corrupt Rodney Cobberbottom from the hit movie Robots? One of Helda's favorites. You can tell her I said that? I believe that. I watched that when I was a kid. It did things to me.
Hey, Grease.
What is that? Get off my sofa! Get off my sofa! Don't! Get out of there! Get out!
That is BD1. He's with us.
I don't care who he's with. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get oil stains out of petroleum fabric?
Not really.
Oh, I hope you found something better out there than this droid.
Oh, calm down, Grease. He did.
How do you know?
Tell us, Cal.
The vault was built by an ancient civilization called the Zepho. A Jedi named Eno Cordova hid something inside of it.
What did he hide inside?
A holocron from the archives. It contains a list of Force-sensitive children.
The next generation of Jedi. I knew it! Ah, Cordova, you old fool.
You knew him?
Rodney Cobberbottom is Obi-Wan.
A long time ago. I was his apprentice. Cordova was a loner. That little droid and I are probably the only ones that know about Pagano.
Hold on, wait a minute. A hollow what?
A holocron. It stores information, but only accessible to Jedi. Hang on, I think I have one around here.
Same actor? Wait, my boy? My main fucking guy is in Robots? My favorite Scotsman? Sorry, Spooks. My favorite Scotsman?
This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. I regret to report that both our Jedi Order and the Republic have fallen.
Oh, that guy? That fucking guy?
If that list of Force sensitives, we can rebuild the Jedi Order and defeat the Empire.
Okay, no problem.
Awesome. Fucking awesome. I gotta rewatch that movie.
The holocron is hidden deep inside the vault, and to get it, we have to follow Cordova's path. He mentioned something about the planet Dathomir and a Zepho homeworld.
All right, well, where are we going? Now, I'm just asking because I was thinking of maybe making some food.
Look.
Now my jokes make sense, right? Right?
I need to know something.
Yeah. Of course. You always make sense.
I had an experience that changed my perspective. So I cut myself off from the Force.
But you still want to rebuild the Order.
I believe that rebuilding the Order is the best chance we have against the Empire.
Nobody's favorite? Damn. Damn. I'm sorry, Spooks. Hey.
I believe I
Girl, have you seen him? Have you
have a choice.
Cal, as long as you're
fucking
alive,
Train
you will
Spotting?
always
How can I be blamed? How can I be blamed? I don't think I can.
Are you with us?
Love you though, you little feral creature.
Death Dathomir or Zepho. It's your choice.
I want to go to Dathomir. I want to fight the scary witch ladies.
All right, let's pick where we go next.
You are here. And it's like, choose this one, but my heart, my body's telling me. Oh. Oh. Ah. It's like being Scottish.
Wait a minute. You want to go to Dathomir?
Some people hate the British. I don't. They're just wankers. We, on the other hand, were colonized by wankers. Couldn't even find a decent civilization to be colonized by. We're the lowest of the low. We're the scum of the earth.
They used the Force? What,
It's a great.
Jedi?
No.
It's a great movie.
These witches served only themselves. Their powers focused on deception, illusion, manipulation.
Huh. Sounds like someone I used to know.
During the Clone Wars, the Night Sisters made a deal with a Sith Lord who betrayed their trust. In the end, they were nearly wiped out in a massacre. Dathomir is a deadly place.
That massacre was a crazy scene in the show. That was fucking brutal. Betrayed by the guy, the fucking honorable Sith guy. Grab some seat. What is your accent, little man? I want to know. You watch I Swear yet? No. No, Spooks, I'm sorry. I have not. Well, yeah, you grew up with it.
Cal, be careful here.
You're like, I'm sick of this shit. Show me the scary hot Force women. Ah!
Good thing we weren't standing there.
We almost were.
What is that thing?
Ooh.
Count on him being friendly.
It's fucking spooky. Spooks in a Kilt coming soon? Let's fucking go. Hey, man. Whoa. Okay. Ah! Ah! Yeah, get him. Yeah, get his ass. Ah! Wow, he has a death swing? That's fucked up. Come here. Oh. Ow! Fuck. Everything here hurts you when it dies. Some gooning to someone like good girl. What? Huh? Huh? Who? Huh? What do you? Don't say these words. How dare you? Wow. Scary mushrooms. Scary mushrooms.
Find something?
Wow. Hi, guys. Wow. Fuck you guys. They die and they goon everywhere. Herm, was there a point to all this? Ah. No, kind of seems like not. Kind of seems like this is where we started. Ooh. Wait, this is like... Wow. What do you want with me? Fuck off. Blah. He spurts. He fucking spurts. Accent, bro. Come on, pay attention. Huh? Huh? Oh my god, I'm back in the fucking building again. I literally just made it back to my ship. Okay. At least there's an easier way forward. Hi, guys. Ow. Ow.
BD1?
Fuck you guys. Black. Ow, he bites twice. Good to know. Fuck right off then.
Hey, BD1.
I am already running low on health. I sure hope I find a meditation point pretty soon. Whee! Leave me be. Whoever is out there squirming and sliming.
Oh, okay.
Y'all ever interrogate your mugs while doing the dishes? Nope. Nope, I sure don't. That's crazy. Blank. So, wait. This is a whole ass campfire. I don't think the bug did this. Ooh. How do I get in there? Let me in there. Get me in there. Whee! More scary plants on the scary planet. Great job, BD. The hydrantis grows in dry, rocky areas. God, how would I have discovered that information for myself? Is there nothing else to do up here? Do I have to drop down? Okie doke. Oh shit. Didn't see you. Black. Anything back here? Wow, hi. Black. Ew. What about over here? Anything? No? Just another rocky crevasse? Dude, you are scanning 100,000 things. Ooh, what is that?
Good job.
A burial pod? Why is it busted open? Fucking force zombies? It was crazy when they whipped out force zombies in Mando, by the way. I fucked with it, but it was like a wild tone shift. Ah, I see. Another skill point? Guys, give me a meditation spot. I am begging you. Please. Ooh, okay. Wall slides can make you go a little higher. I've been here. I've fucking been here before. I'm back in the fucking building again. I am tipsy as fuck. Jealous? Extremely jealous? What you drinking? This is also where I've come from. This is one massive fucking circle. Shut up. Your plants have eyes and I don't fuck with it. Why is that green? What is that? What are you? What are you? out there. Ah, wait, I see a thing. I see a thing. But first, am I missing something? I am. I sure am. Okay. Let's go back the way we've come a little. Let's come a little. Oh, this is a shortcut I can activate. I see. Cool. I see the path now. I do. An ale called the Backwood Bastard. It's so good. Nice. I do not be drinking a lot of ale. That's fucking awesome. Okay.
Night Sister, practicing her craft.
Fucking awesome. Hot witch voice right in my ear. Delightful. Okay, well now, fuck, I've explored here too. Where go? Oh, go here. Understood. I have gone totally the wrong way. Okay. A flag. With some stuff in it.
Well done.
Ominous effigy. Sick. Fucking sick. I'm so scared. We have not hit a meditation point once. Dude. Ah! Fascinating. A thing.
Looks like the Zeppo were here.
Love to practice night crafts with the sister?
Strange. This place seems abandoned, but...
She's too based. She's too... Ah! Hi.
You trespass, Jedi.
Sorry.
You must be a Night Sister.
Just exploring.
I had heard you were all dead.
Not all. Dothamir is forbidden to you.
Why?
Leave at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that, but perhaps we could help each other. You see, Easy. I'm not your enemy.
Your actions say otherwise.
Wait, hold on. I'm not here to...
I still haven't hit a save point. Ow, fuck.
Not so bad. He shakes in fear. Quickly, before he recovers. Move forward. Your defeat is assured.
Oh, shit.
Not stand against our might.
God damn you. Fine, fine. Bring me back. It's gonna put me back on the fucking ship again, because I literally didn't hit a single meditation point. I will say, the reasonable decision to do here is to fuck off. And I'm not kidding. Like, nothing you need here is like so overt that the fucking indigenous people being like, hey, you're not welcome here, should it be responded to with, okay, sorry, bye. However, I am here now, so am going to continue. Bye, guys. No, I would like to waste no health on the likes of you. Black. Okay, I have already gone the wrong direction, I believe. Yeah, okay. Okay. Ow! Fuck! He fucking pinned me, the bastard.
Little help. Need a stim?
God damn it! Such a waste. Okay, now how do I get to that fucking area that I keep trying to get to? Okay, up. I do need to go up. Okay. So it is... like, through here? No, I see. Slightly higher up. Can you take me higher? Black. Okay. Or is it over there? Shit. Oh, I missed the fucking thing. That's... I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I saw the big guy and was like, I should fuck off immediately. But this is, in fact, the shortcut. Okay. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I thought it was fully connected. I don't like being pinned? Well, hell no. Hold on now. By the horrifying goo monster? No, maybe not. He's a little too buggy for my taste. Okay, up the rope, head left. From now on, that is how we do it. And then this fucking guy who has all my shit. Ow, fuck.
Need a stim.
Him. Shakes in fear.
I can't see that he's glowing because he's already glowing. Ow. I am so bad at fighting these guys. Oh my god. Ow. Okay, just don't get hit. Just don't get hit once.
Jedi so weak. He flees.
I will stop you now.
Okay. Yeah, just don't get hit. Just don't get hit once from now on. Oh, there is a force point. Thank fucking God. Is there anything over here first? Ah, whoops. Door's locked from the other side. Okay. I will just do some gymnastics. And everything's good forever! Thought you were a monster fucker. Thought that was your thing. I have limits, and my limits are actual insects. You cretins. Sure. I do a lot of sprinting. Ooh. Health and improved block, or double attack. I think I'll do health and improved block. Cool. I'm gonna commit violence. Well, hey, at least you're not missing out on KOTOR, huh? But I take it work is going rough. Ah!
More Night Brothers.
Ooh. Okay, you fucking quit it. How about you? Ah! Unblockable arrow shot. That's fucked up. I didn't know you could do that. Another skill point? Well, we're not gonna spend it right away because I want the thing that costs 2. Ooh. Okay, I can scan them. Can I not scan... Oh, he fell off a cliff. All right.
Outsider!
Ah! Fuck you!
I need help.
Ow. Sick. Yeah, scan him. Do the thing. He fucking disappeared again. How? Whatever. Okay, they will be waiting for me. What? Huh? Fuck are you guys talking about? Ah! Hi.
You've made a mistake, Jedi.
Okay, scan, scan, do the thing, do the thing.
Brothers, an intruder.
Yet more fucking corners for you to hide behind. Now.
BD1?
Okay. And now... Come on. Keep supplying me with more means to kill you with. Please? Okay, fine. I guess I'll just fuck off. Ooh, that was the wrong button. I'm just fucking frustrated. Fuck everyone not communicating. Oof. Fucking oof.
What was in there?
Ooh, a new paint job. Hey guys. You feeling less cautious? Wow.
fence like that.
The parry window is actually way too easy. Can I change the difficulty? No. Okay. Shoot. Okay, new BD thing? Sure, I like that one. And then you have a new skin? Yeah, that's pretty fucking awesome. We'll do that. Clearing my fucking corners. Oh, little bit of a stutter. Ah. Get absolutely fucked, you bitch! You almost got me! You caught me monologuing!
Hey now. Something we can use?
Yeah. Fuck. Gross. Everything here is just a little icky sticky. Open. Open says me. Ah. But first.
Oh, fellow wanderer.
Ah.
I see you met the resident Night Sister, but unlike most, you're alive.
Hi, strange Sith-looking man.
That would explain your survival.
Who are you?
No one to fear.
I love his voice. Who is this actor?
Extinct cultures and dead philosophers.
You study the Night Sisters?
I study many things. But yes, that Night Sister, well, she was only a child.
Night Sister singular.
Came to this world.
There's only one left.
Watch her whole family perish.
That's fucking crazy.
You know about those ruins?
Hello, Mount Butterfly Fox?
Ancient
Butterfly?
beyond belief.
Fox? Mount?
The Night Sister and her warrior kin were seduced by the power. that
Welcome
lurks within.
in. What line? When did you say this?
Or suffer the same fate.
And then he's fucking gone? No, he's right there. Okay. I thought he was gonna do the mysterious thing. I bet this is impassable for now. Yeah.
How long have you been here?
Long enough. This world provided a sanctum when I was in need, shelter when I was weak, and enlightenment when I was lost in the dark.
Yeah, you are definitely a Sith. There's just no fucking question, but...
How do you know so much about the Night Sister?
Whatever.
Observation. I've seen many things since coming here.
What does that mean?
Must it mean something? Too many great minds have gone astray in pursuit of order.
That's also...
going.
Yeah. I love how much Cal does not fuck with this man. That's hysterical to me. So has to come in and do something that had already been done, but no one told me until I wasted 2 hours of my time. Oh god, that's so fucking annoying. I can't even be thirsty for Marin because I'm so mad. Is that his name?
Remember my warning. The death and madness await in the ruins.
He's got a certain charisma to him that definitely is attractive.
Stim? That was close. Yeah, I can't jump that high. Yeah, far. Yeah.
It's a weird series of lines. Is that a rope? Is that a rope that takes me all the way down to something cool? Seems like it. Ooh. An interactable. Have I never played this moth? I played it up to a certain point. enough to know that I should go here to get the cool thing. Let's fucking go! Now we're really Bastila. I think she started with the double. I'm actually not sure about that. I think, though. I think she did. Cells at crowd control. Use the force attack to overwhelm and clear large groups. Continue blocking after successfully reflecting a flash bolt to reflect additional bolts back to your enemies. Yeah. Fucking sick. Ah, I see. Thank you. Ah! Fucking gooing all over me. You thought? You fucking thought. Butterfly is fine? Excellent. Scott, I've been through some shit and I may or may not be coping with it correctly fine. The fucking Wanderer guy? Yeah. Yeah.
Someone was drawn to something here. Energy from the ruins?
We love a small amount of projecting in media. I mean, what else is media for? Honestly, genuinely. Low-genuinely. I'm gonna take a rest. I know it's gonna make a bunch of enemies appear, but I want my fucking medkits back. And give me this. I want this as well. Sick.
He's below.
Ow. I always do that.
Try harder, weakling.
Damn.
An outsider down there.
Cool. Yes, yes. Okay, that's where the guy is, and then... Cal's the most relatable character in all of Star Wars. Yeah? He's pretty cool. I like him a lot. He's played incredibly well. This actor is fucking awesome. Am I crazy? Wasn't there a thing? Nope, just a chest and nothing else. Okay. Warning to everyone, I get lost really easily in maps. If it's frustrating, sorry. Sorry, but I'm also quite embarrassed about it, so keep that frustration to yourself. Love you, though, dearly. Okay. Rope. That was not a rope. Okay. Really looks like it should be. It leads right to a thing, after all. That one has an X on it. Are you sure? Yep, he's sure. And it points me away like I'm a fucking dumbass. Ooh, wait. Speaking of, as long as I'm here, can I just modify my lightsaber a bit? No, I've already done that, and she's done with me. Okay. I just want to make it back to my ship, brother. Ah!
Help me, BD.
I opposed to backseating for this? I don't want to overstep. I'm typically against backseating unless it's something like super basic, like, hey, you've kind of done everything you can here. Or well, I guess even that would be a little, like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, if I'm throwing myself at something that is genuinely... Oh, wait. Can I get up there? Ah, sorry.
This pain means nothing.
He's running away.
Shakes in fear.
Now you. Cool. Okay. Can I make it up there? Really seems like I could. Yippee! Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Yippee! Yippee! Oh. Life is sad.
Something about her is familiar.
Okay. That's probably the girl who just threatened the shit out of us. Man, it seems like she's the only one here. Alright, let me just double check that there's nothing. Yeah. We're gone. We're fucking gone, baby.
Can I get some help?
Wow, you're just chilling. Ow. I thought you were chilling. You promised me you were chilling. Yippee!
I need some med speed one.
Okie doke. That door is definitely not, yeah. Yeah, that door screams unopenable. That door yells from the rooftops, hey, you can't fucking go here. I think I went the wrong fucking way. As is my custom. Oh, wait. No. No. Ah! No. We're good. Is there anything over here? I only ask because my startism is super strong with this masterpiece of a game. Oh. If I'm missing something super cool that I otherwise probably won't find, that would be fine. I don't know. If you overstep, like, you know,
Finally.
I'm not gonna freak out.
Glad you made it back in one piece.
There
Yeah.
were some close calls out there.
Please tell me nothing followed you home, kid.
Probably
I
not.
hope not.
Hey, there's bad shit
I
here.
ran into a night sister.
What happened? Are you okay?
Well,
I'm
I mean,
fine, although she made it clear we're not welcome. She wasn't alone.
The Knight Brothers?
I think so.
Oh no, there's more of them?
I don't know much, but Cordova told me the Knight Brothers serve the witches of Dathomir. You're lucky to be alive, Cal.
Please tell me we're leaving.
It's an option. We can always come back here later if you're not ready, Cal.
yeah.
Hey, Grease, what's this thing?
What? You've never seen a terrarium before?
Sure, but don't they usually have plants in them?
Well, I've been a bit busy hauling you around the galaxy.
I can't plant any of my scary
Back with
mushrooms?
some seeds.
I thought you hated nature.
When it's out there, you betcha. But when it's behind a comfortably thick wall of embarring glass, that's perfection.
All right, I'll see if I can find any.
You're a strange man, Grease. But I fuck with you. Yeah, we can always come back later. Do you physically move when you're playing games? Absolutely. I do the sway all the time. You can probably see it a little bit with my model. Especially when I'm dodging. I be moving. I be cruising. Telling you, nothing beats the drawer to Paul emitter. Ooh, I like that a lot. Let's do that. Oh, that's also pretty cool. But we'll stick with this one. Kind of like it. And then material, I still like this kind of look. Cool. Oh yeah, just stab the fuck out of your floor and ceiling, gamer. That's good. Saw Star Wars at 3 and never looked back? No, that's real. I'm definitely fairly tistic about Star Wars. I'm a pretty big fan of the world and not always a huge fan with what people do with it. Which leads me to be very annoying.
So next.
Which, you know, I accept. I accept and embrace. Have people ask me if it actually helps, I say, yes, let me move around. Yeah.
I don't know why people have droids.
Tell that to him. He can understand you.
He can? Look, I didn't mean anything by it.
Uh-huh.
Droids just freak me out.
What doesn't? You sound like an imp. They deactivate droids just because they can. That makes him one of us.
Wait, why? That's a weird bit of lore to add. What the fuck?
I take it back. You're all right, buddy.
What do you mean? Why would they do that? That makes no fucking sense. They're like really useful. Your bougie ass gold lightsaber. Yeah, so I like an amber tone.
The best time to land.
Something strange. Those winds are interfering with our comms.
Hey, Cordova mentioned something about peace in the eye of the storm. Well, I can just make out a settlement in the middle of it.
Then we have to get there.
Copy that.
Stop dying while complaining about the lore? Someone is force choking me across the fucking state. It's probably my friend. He can hear me in his house and he's like, this bitch is shit talking the thing I like again.
To keep his opinion to himself.
I'm sure everything's under control.
It's under control. It's just a little tricky. Okay, hold on. Oh. Huh. Perfect landing. Easy money, baby.
But I'm still getting a lot of interference on the comms. It's gonna take me a minute to get them back up.
I'll search for signs of Cordova in the meantime.
Is Dave Filoni seeking vengeance against all who challenge his word? He has enough bangers to complain.
Cal, over here.
What?
You did good work on Bogano.
Thanks.
The more information we gather on Cordova and the Zepho, the closer we'll get to stopping the Empire.
Cool.
I've heard of ancient cultures, but don't know much about them.
I only knew that Cordova was obsessed with the Zepho, believing their teachings to be important.
Uh-huh.
I, too, was intrigued by the mysteries of our galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
I need a second.
Oh.
I can see you two have been through a lot.
I accidentally interrupted it by I'm sorry.
No, it's not. But I think of those who believed in me at one point. If I give up on myself, then I give up on them. I'm sure you have a few of those.
Prof. Friend on Braca. He sacrificed himself so I could live.
He believed in me.
I mean, his sacrifice was kind of completely meaningless.
Even if they don't know it yet, keep going.
Probably.
For Prof.
But
for everyone.
It's probably nice to think of it that way. Anyway, I'm gonna go now. Guys, Did you have a type of like avatar bender that you wanted to be as a kid, and has it changed? When I was a kid, I really fucked with earthbending. But now I'd probably be more excited by firebending. Even though it's not like the best option, it's still, you know, fun. No, I'll stick with... Torn between water and earth, valid.
What was in there?
You could be like the swamp benders, be a bit of each. New poncho. Yeah, an actual like cloth-looking fucking poncho. What do you want me to slow it? Okay.
That's not opening.
Okie dokie. Wow. What? What do you want? Storage crate. Yeah, I was aware. BD, thanks. I think BD thinks I have brain damage. Ah! Whoops. Almost died. Whoa! I'll leave you guys to your snack, huh?
Watch out, BD. You don't look fresh.
Oh no, you want some? You want the smoke? That's cool. No, that's cool.
Huh? Good job.
Scans. Hi, guy. Ah, Jesus. There's like a fucking billion of you. Ah. Ow. Ow. Fuck you guys. Ow. Fucking let me be. I just fought like fucking force wielders and now a bunch of ROUSs are giving me a run for my money.
On the mend.
Whoa. I've never seen Atla yet because I suck at life. Watch party? Atla watch party? It was a great watch. It took me a long time, too. I didn't watch it till I was an adult. It was like a couple years ago? I forget how many. Air and water for me? And, man, we're all just picking all the options. Was there an air and water combo?
Keep her child warm.
I think the only real combo was the swamp guys. What? Hi, Undoubtable. Amazing opening message. Says I'm a firebender because lightning, but I maintain that Shikamaru and I are both jealous of clouds for their ability to just peacefully drift by and see the world. Cute. Fucking cute. Atla watch party is mandatory. A lot of sucking going on in chat, and none of it includes me, and I'm getting a little jealous. It is so fucking dark.
Ready for another stim?
Yippee!
There we go.
I wonder if there was another stim on Dathomir. Oh well, too late now. Always firebending for my dumbass? Why is that dumb? We love firebenders, and not just because I said I was one. Not just because of the egomania. The ever-present egomania. I knew that was the side street. I'm always trying to go the wrong way first. I fucking know. Oh, no, I already killed you. That's right. Never mind. I don't know anything.
Cal, can you hear me?
The Empire. They found Zeppo.
If they were following the Mantis, we would have been swarmed already.
True.
Could they be looking for the tombs?
And they would have been in Dathomir.
Just got our comms working. I'll try the same workaround to crack into theirs.
Ah. Sick. Kind of cheat mode, but that's okay. I really want to increase the difficulty.
Huh?
Will you use your earthbending techniques on me till I reach the Avatar state? My love, I will bend you as much as you desire. Sorry, it took me a while to come up with that one. My signs are earth, water, and air? Damn. The trifecta.
Who was in there?
New emitter? I hardly know her. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, I'll be here all week. Hi, guys.
Oh, dear. Someone else attack him! I should kill them all.
Woo-woo. Oh, you wanted to scan those guys likely, huh? Oh. I guess that counted. Ow.
It's all lies. The Empire just wanted this land.
Signs are air, air, water, which I interpret as a cloud. Cute. Very cute. The atomic backbreaker? I mean, if you want. You're next? I mean, if he wants. It's probably the only balanced thing in my ballad.
Oh, it's you.
Hi.
Down there. I understand. Got a runner! Converge on the target.
Sick. Very sick. Oh, right. Different guy. Ah, no, 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 no. Scan the thing. Cool. Great job. I will be learning force push here, I bet. Huh. The people's elbow deep.
Where are you taking us?
Girl, I'm a little,
Forced the villagers from
you
their
know,
homes.
I'm not gonna finish that sentence. I'm not gonna let the ego take hold of me.
Camps. Or worse.
Oh, that's extremely fucking bad. Bad and quite sad. It's a big galaxy. There's always somewhere that someone won't notice you being a fuckhead. Get a little up. Got it. How do I get a little up? Ah. Maybe? Perhaps? No, probably not. No. Not there. TIE fighters. Always a very cool noise. I must have missed something obvious. Oh yeah, like stairs. Yeah, stairs would do it. This is where I discovered it was a dead end. That is also a dead end until I learn the force power. You backtrack a bit and bridge. Yes? Wah. Wah. A door. I love a door. A meditation spot. How is everyone? Very horny and down atrocious. I mean, yeah, but like, what else is new? I don't evade enough to really make use of that, I feel. Yep, thank you. Yep. Cool. And hi, Red. How are you doing? Is this a shortcut? Yippee! Wow. Hold on. No, no, no. Ow. Ow. Okay, now open it. Didn't know they could interrupt me while looting.
Oh, all right then.
My first stream ever didn't go but too bad. I mean, and by bad, you of course mean... Wait, what? Ah. No, I'll stick with the darker colors, thank you. Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa! Why? Why are you stuttering? Why are you doing that? Thank you. Calm down. Dear God. There is no benefit to jumping over there, I don't think. So I will just not... I will not do that. I love how many little director chairs there are everywhere. Like, are they just posting up? How many? Oh my God. That's fucked up. Hey man, that's fucked up. You shouldn't treat your coworker that way.
Hey now.
Benny and Jester kept me company and live for a little too? Huh? Huh? Do you have cats named Benny and Jester? Ah. Stormtrooper. No kidding.
I'll get you.
Huh? Is this the wrong way or the right way? Aha! I need a fucking scamp link. I need a scamp link. Emery, hit me up. That might have been my best joke for the night, by the way. Benny and Chester are friends. Fair and reasonable and makes more sense. And I'm discovering that I am a crazy person. Oh boy, Chad is my friend. Chance. Wow. Noises. Noises. Turbine factory. A factory for turbines. You have a wall running thing? Is this the right way? This feels like the right way. I'm worried. I don't want to progress. I want to explore everything first. Yippee!
Oh, okay. What is it?
I'll give you that link because I'm a silly little scamp. Everybody cheers. Yay! Yippee! 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 Lights. Andy. Okay, this is... I want to explore more in the caves. Let me back in there. Did that dude just die out there? It's probably nothing. Probably nothing. It's probably fine. Oh, that was the box. That was the box I rummaged around in. Ah! Get up there, you dork. Yippee! Woo!
Got a scan?
A box!
My friend, in the rotation since I left Bogano, I've uncovered more about the Zepho than I once believed possible.
I see. Is that all you have to say on that? That's cool. You dumbass. Okay, now we can progress. Now that I have achieved very, very little. Boruto stuttered a bit there? Yeah, I know, the game's stuttering a bit too. I should probably turn it off and on again. It would probably fix it, but I'm not so sure that I feel like it. I'm just lazy. That's the reason I'm not doing it. I'm just lazy. Ah! There were... Ah! Fuck! So that's what happened. Woo!
That looks like a problem.
What? That's a goat. He's fine. Wah! Ow.
Need a stem. What?
It's an angry-ass goat. Goat of Death! Hi, guys. Oh, wow.
It's our job to trail you. Hurry, take him down.
Dude! Fucking quit that.
Help! Stim!
Okay, come here. Fucking sick of you immediately. Ah, I shouldn't have done that. Ah! My greed will be my undoing. Yippee! Everything's fine. Greed is good and never punishes me. Whoa.
Get up here.
Ah, I was trying to examine.
Whoa. That's gotta be one of the Zepho. Guess we're on the right track, huh, BD?
Who are you?
What'd you find?
This looks locked. Yeah. Oh, wasn't locked. Got it. I bet that goes back to the caves.
Jedi is here.
Woo! Sorry, sledding. No time. No time. Hi, guys. Wah!
Got a hostile. Affirmative. How are you doing that? I thought I'd be the last one standing.
You're literally their boss. Of course you'd be the last one standing. Ah! Stuff! Stuff! Oh, hi. Sorry.
Mariana, take care of our Sienna.
Ow. Fuck. This goddamn rat. Give me a run for my fucking money. I would love to find a meditation point. You know, I really would. What a suspiciously highlighted wall.
Can't push it.
Location marked. Yeah, I know. Is that a meditation zone? Yippee! I'd love to fight all those guys again. Renegade used Bite. It was super effective. I know! What the fuck? How is it so effective? Why is it so effective? Hello. Sucks to suck. Scan them. Do the thing. Do the thing, BD. Or don't. No, that's fine. No, that's cool. Ah.
Nut.
Nut. Captain. You're really gonna smack me with the butt of your gun. You got guts.
I'll check it out.
Z. That's right. Damn, Captain really is nutting. And is crazy hot. Sorry, everyone's gotta leave. I got distracted. I just need 10, and by 10, I unfortunately mean seconds. Yeek! Ah! Oh my god, you took a bullet from me! No. Ow. Stop it. Ah! Hi, Emery. Emery, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Ah! Cool. Not even 10 minutes? Not even 10 minutes? What the fuck? Rookie numbers. We gotta boost those numbers up. More edging training for me? No! No! Not the...
In accordance with the Emperor's will, we've occupied Zepho, redistributing its inhabitants.
Okay.
This planet has failed to yield significant data or relics for Project Augur. Its electromagnetic winds have rendered the bulk of our mining technology useless. Meanwhile, more stormtroopers lose their lives to dangerous fauna. We will not be able to fulfill our directive here. It is my recommendation that we disband the project and leave a token outpost to keep scavengers from stealing our technology.
Okay, so they fucked off. I see. Door not working.
Look out! Can anyone hit him? Get up here. All that's left? I've got this.
Ow, fucking.
Keep it. I'm winning this. You're quick.
Yeah. You bastards. Your boy has shot his shot. Wish me luck. Godspeed. Godspeed, spooks. I have no idea what you're talking about, but Godspeed with it anyway. Ah! Whee! Can I get through there? No? Alright.
Tend to these wounds.
Oh, that's not what I meant at all. I keep hitting slow and it keeps not slowing. Woo! Who cares though? You can do it on skill and skill alone.
What do we find?
Durasteel. I'll steal your Ah! Don't hurt me.
Cal, the Empire's pinpointed your location.
How?
You need to move fast.
Based on what? Oh yeah, I keep killing them. Oh yes, I'll endure your steel. Fuck, she's better than me. She's better than me all the time. And she flaunts it, the bastard. I guess I'll get this just because it's the last thing available. What am I gonna do with all my points from now on? Give me more stuff. Give me more stuff, game.
Up now.
Hi.
Look alive. I'm taking point on this pursuit. I don't want to die here.
That is a damn shame. Should have thought of that.
We'll make you pay.
Actually, there was some Star Wars Legends comics that I grew up with that I really, really loved. They were a shit ton of short stories. I think they were called Star Wars Saga or something like that. It might not have been. But one of them was about someone who ended up becoming a stormtrooper. And it was fucking awesome. And he ends up being the stormtrooper shot by Princess Leia in Episode 4. I see. Do I want red or black? I think I'll stick with Racer. Racer, I hardly know her. I don't have any others, right? No. I've gotten some lightsaber stuff, but that will wait. The Vader comics go hard as fuck. There were some really, really cool ones. There was one where he ends up fighting Maul. The finishing line of that comic, what could you possibly... Is Maul saying, what could you possibly hate that could match my own? And Vader saying, myself. Very emo, very 2000s. I was very in love with it.
I found something.
What do they know?
No mention of Cordova. I don't think the Empire knows he's been here.
Then we have the advantage. For now.
What's this way? What are you hiding from me, game? Some sort of Force Echo?
This is a waste of time. What is Crane playing at? Impossible that anything useful is in here.
Crane, huh? Who's Crane? Ichabod? Who do I know that name from? I think Wolf Among Us is where I remember it from, but I'm sure it's a fairy tale of its own. Damn! Now you're half the rat you used to be. That might have been my best joke of the night. I really like that one. Hi. No? Okay.
That's interesting. We're on the right track.
Am I? Cool. Cool.
Can't get through.
I didn't need a scan for that, man. I can tell what solid material is, and that I haven't been able to get through them thus far.
Bad. Something about it crippled the Empire's equipment. I can feel something pulling me there, beyond the storm.
Follow it.
Let the Force sharpen your instincts. I like the other one because it involved me, and that's what I respect about you, Emery.
Let the Force sharpen your instincts.
All right, I'll do my best.
We have you surrounded. All I'm surrounded by is fear and dead men. Vader battle damage, stranded on a desert planet without a lightsaber. I have seen that scene. I don't know that I've read the comic that it's from. Which is a shame, because it looks fucking awesome. Oh, double goat. Triple goat. Ow. Ow! Ow! Jesus Christ, man!
Help!
Can you fucking leave me be?
Help me, BD!
Cool. Third goat. Third goat. Yeah, ours is impractical, but I respect anyone who seeks to sharpen their craft, I suppose. Oh no, this seems like the right way. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to explore more.
Never seen a storm do that before.
This is the orb they were studying.
Incredible.
That's incredibly sick. I see. Wow. I think I'm not supposed to be here yet. I think I missed a thing. Ah! Whoa, nope, here we are.
My friend, I believe this to be the earliest Zeffo site we've uncovered yet, despite my reservations. I cannot chase the Bogano fault from my mind. Its visions shape the direction of an entire culture. I must understand why.
Must you? I bet that fucking guy knows a lot about the Zeffo. His whole thing is researching Like dead civilizations. I should have asked him about it.
I'm in the tomb. It's massive.
And the Empire?
No sign of them down here.
What about Cordova?
Still not sure what I'm supposed to find. He's a little...
Eccentric? Tell me about it. But he wouldn't send us here for his amusement. Keep an open mind.
Ah. Cool. Was that just to teach me that those suck? Is there really nothing up here? That's impossible.
Do you see that?
Ah.
Ugh.
Ugh is right. Ah! Skungus. How'd they know my nickname in high school? Ah! Hey guys. Ow. Ah! Kid absolutely fucked. Wimmed. It's Wimdy. Whoa. I see. Ah, hi. Didn't notice you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to imply that you were inconsequential. I just, you know, I'm just kind of dumb. I just didn't notice you. Wimmed. More wimmed. Whoa. I see. Ah, the physics engine. Ah, shit. Okay. Yippee! Oh, you're fucking me directly in the anus. You bastard. You shithead. You cretin. Okay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine and I'm not upset. And I never was. Hot. Easy. Easy killer. I can Wimdy. Now, endurance is the fucking path to sore hips and becoming quite bored. They called me a twink magnet. The twink magnet? Damn. I didn't know my title was stolen like that. Oh, hi. Okay, okay, okay. Ow. Really painful. Thanks. Ow. Also really painful. Okay. Ow. Fuck you. Ow. Ow. No. Ow. Fucking cut it out, man. Okay.
Another one?
Well, that sucked. That sucked quite a bit. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you. May I have another? Start out easy, Ah! You're gonna make me blush. Herm. What the fuck do I do now? This all seems to have been slightly pointless. Oh, door. There's a door. There's a door there. There's a door for which to wimmed. Wimmed it. Okay. I've made it somewhere. This appears to have been not super helpful. Okay. There's that orb, I guess, but like... seems pretty firmly attached to where it is. I'm gonna rest. Yeah, I've been lied to before. Aw, what the fuck? Emery, you're a sweetheart. No fibbing. No fooling. Oh, I'm dumb. Oh, I'm turbo dumb. Oh, I'm dumb. Shit. They're gonna know. They're gonna know. What? What? Whee! Herm. I'm willing to bet that would go extremely bad for me. But what else would I do? Whoa. Hey, look at that. Yeah. Yes. You're all very scary. Ow! Fuck you! Die! Oh! That could have been bad. Whee! I cannot believe that worked. I almost feel like it shouldn't have. Huh. Can the wind get rid of these guys? Is that what I'm being taught right now? Is that what I'm being learned?
This lightsaber can't solve everything.
Ah! Holy shit. Okay, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't be there. I feel like I should, though. Yeah, that was fair.
I'm okay.
I feel like there's no point to being here. I was only here Whee! Ow. Okay. So there was a point. Oh, another one of you assholes. Ah! No, I'm good. No, actually, I'm alright. Whee! No, I don't want to. Thank you, though. Thanks, though. I've been working on accepting challenges, so I will say thank you instead of telling you to fuck off. That's, you know what? And that's a huge gap right there. What? What? What do you want? Yup, that's another one of those statues.
I'll check it out.
Will I? Okay. Yep. Yep, it's a statue holding a ball. God, if only I could have discovered that. Oh. This looks like a spot to learn something. This looks cool. Oh. He's running away from me. Get fucking back here. He owes me money. Stop throwing shit at me, you bitch. Stop it. Stop it. You suck. This is why nobody hangs out with you. Ow.
Focus. The Jedi do not seek aggression, but we stand against it. The Force is there to shield us. The obstacles in your path define the path. What stands in the way becomes the way. Now, try again. Good. Continue.
Okay. Yes, Dad.
Faster now. Complete the test.
Okay.
It stands in the way. It's the way.
Cool. Oh.
My friend, take a look at the detail on this bark. The distinctive striations. It can only be a Rocha tree from Kashyyyk.
Huh?
It's time to call on an old friend. If the Zeffo had contact with Kashyyyk, there is a good chance Chieftain Tarful will know about it.
But yeah, Wookiees are like super, super long-lived. I wonder if he's still alive. Ah, hi. Come on. Ow, fuck. I was not ready. I acted like I was, but I wasn't. Ow, I wasn't ready for that either. Cool.
Another one?
What are you scanning? Sick. Okay, we gotta go to Kashyyyk. So poetically derived, I appreciate it. I have a strong idea of who I am and my values. I know I'm a pretty compassionate person. I just find it hard to resist the comedy of receiving an honest compliment. Look at the person's eyes with a fuck you. It makes me laugh. Real. Very real. Oh, new shit! So much new shit. Holy crap. Airborne attack that allows him to push enemies away. Increase the distance he can travel is pretty sick. Oh, cool. Flex blaster bolts while he is running or while running. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Sorry. Get back in there. Okay. Now I can play with my balls. Wah. Okay, I'm done with playing with my balls. She lied. Ow, fuck. Ow. He did the double. He doesn't always do the double. Hi. Ow. I'm learning! Anyway. You, go in there. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Well, that was cool. What the fuck? Whoa. Did that open too? That's crazy. I just want to know what this does. Go in there. Huh. Wait. Oh. I think I misdid the thing. I think I did wrong. I think I am dumb. Shit, don't go down there. You bitch. Stop it. Over there, please. Aha. Woo. Sick. I want to do the other thing. Whatever. It's fine. A little self-ball play, you know? They're a limited time offer if everything goes to plan, so might as well. Nope. Go. Get. Scram. Okay, now it will fly up here, feasibly. And what? Okay, interesting. I'm not sure what that did. Wow. What? The wind chimes?
My friend, this tomb is utterly fascinating. My friend, this tomb is utterly fascinating. It once served as a proving ground for Force.
Oh, he's not gonna read it unless I stay in there. Well, I don't want to know that bad. Oh. Ah! Fuck. Ow. Fucking cut it out.
Need a stim.
Okay. I don't know that I want to go this way. I don't know that there's anything for me this way. Also, can I break this? No? Okay. Is there anything else to interact with? Anything at all? Ooh. Ah! Excellent. Get in there. That way. That way. I think. I actually don't know. That did do it. Okay. Sick. Now why did I do that? I have a perpetual ball throwing machine. Oh, I could put it over here. I see. Perpetual ball machine. Throwing machine was my nickname in college. Fuck. Get. Scram. Go. Go to your home. What, are you too good? Too good for your home? And there she goes. Ah! Perfect. Perfect. It's a lot of noises. Hold on. Ah, fuck you. Get off there. Okay. That's the one. Yay! I knew there'd be a box up here. Bing bong, the puzzle's done. Yippee!
What was in there?
Balm grass. Rather explicit, but okay.
This relic is extremely old, but I get the sense it was part of some type of training ritual for Zepho Force users.
Whoa, this relic is really... Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Shit. I hope that wasn't it. You can make another one of those, right? That's not, like, irreplaceable. Guys, we've been at in fucking 40 seconds. Everyone panic. I'm so glad you can climb up that. I just jump on things that are moving, afraid that they won't give me a path up it. Oh. Ah. Oh. Get down there. I want to know what you do.
did you find?
The Zephyr went to
Did that
Kashyyyk.
do anything?
Cordova mentioned someone named
Did I need to do that to go up?
A Wookiee chieftain. They were old friends.
Think he's still around?
Did I
Only
miss a
one way to
thing?
find out.
Emery!
We have
Emery!
to go
Help!
to Kashyyyk.
Oh, speaking of, as soon as the ad starts, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Love you, though. Miss you. You handle them balls with such finesse. Ah, stop. Oh, my model's frozen. Didn't realize that. How long have you been like that? You fucking cut that out. Good piss? I haven't even done it yet. Sorry, I was loading up the Slay the Spire. Love the Slay 7TV emote. I threw a ball and then I went up. I'm not sure it was necessary. Can I go back down? No. Okay. It was probably necessary. It was probably fine. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys with some music and this meditating dude. Also, the screen's gonna flashbang at some point. Don't worry about that. It's probably fine. I do really like this song, so I'm excited for you guys to listen to it. Bye! You know what's really upsetting? The tea was helping a lot make my voice feel okay. Which means getting hot tea is going to be a regular thing that I will want to do during stream, which is going to be kind of annoying. Unless I get a small hot water heater for up here. Thoughts? No. What a great song. Anyway, let me calibrate my model really quick after I've been beaten over the head by Wiki. Hi, Wiki. And Captain. And Captain? I don't know that I got a back to charge down there, actually. In fact, I don't think I did. I'm not sure. I have 4. I found 1 out here and 1 on Dathomir. But I didn't find 1 down there. And there's a lot of green places. I'm going back down. We're going back down the long elevator, boys. It will be fun and fresh for the whole family. Captain, what are you playing? What are you playing that you've come over to abuse me so? Nothing rage-inducing. Very suspicious, Captain.
I did it.
Ah! What did you do? What did you did? What did you did? There's gotta be a way. Sorry, it's still bothering me. Gameplay? Difficulty! There it is. There's nothing down here. I just have the ability to push the ball down here for reasons unknown to medical science. Maybe the elevator couldn't go up without the ball being down. Wow. Excuse you. Me when she goes back down, settle down. Excuse me. Excuse me. Just... Ow, my body. That's gonna be really fun to do. The game is super jittery right now. I think it does not love the wind. The wind physics. But anyway, there was a thing down here. Yes. Ah. How, oh. Oh, the puzzle I never did. The puzzle I never interacted with while I was here. Ah, yes. Oh, I could also put one there. Man,
How are you feeling, BD1?
I'm a silly fucking bastard. Cool. It's got sick? That's awful. I'm sorry to hear that.
It's not just wind rippling through these chimes. Voices. From the past?
Oh, I was supposed to have both. That's... makes sense. Because it will push them in between them, right? And then... this one. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Why am I even doing all that when I have the force push? I could just do this shit. Cool. What did that do exact? Oh. Cool.
These were used in Zepho meditation rituals. I think they were training Force users.
That makes sense. Okay. I'm glad I came back down. That is definitely a thing you would not want to miss. Bitch! And you are insignificant. Remember when I first came through here and I was like, I didn't mean to make you feel insignificant? Well, you are. Yeah. That was mean. I probably shouldn't have done that. He's just a little ratty boy. Ah. I'm a dummy. I'm a big dummy. It'll still blow you without the ball, right? Yes. Okay. Oh, but I can only slow down the ball. I didn't need to do all that. I just did it. Thing. Woo! Peanut butter jelly the long way. Oh, a tree. Whoa. What? Easy peasy.
This was deliberately destroyed. I can still feel the hate of the act.
Interesting. Did the Zepho fall to Sith fucking ways? Is that gonna be the big reveal? Huh. Okay, cool. Ah! Hello! There's nothing in here. Well, that. Hello, stick in my way. Ah! Hello, big-ass guy. What the fuck? Where's the thing? Ah, down. Damn, this is getting jittery as fuck. That is not ideal. Ah! A ball. A ball needs to go. Oh, or maybe this thing. Maybe this thing could go there. Yippee! Excuse you, sir. I have to go touch this.
The Zepho crafted this artifact as an offering to the wind. It was destroyed intentionally for some reason.
Ow. Hold on.
I need help.
Ow.
BD1, stim.
Ow.
Stim. Help, BD1.
You suck. You know that? Ah, I hate those things. Okay, anyway, there's one more thing on this map that I've yet to explore, and it's that. And I need to get above it somehow. So I can push the thing down, I think. Ow. I am about to die to a cactus. Well, actually. Yeah. You suck. There's a thing up there, but I'm pretty sure I probably already... Nope. Nope, that's the thing. That's the thing that I'm trying to get to. There's no way I can wall run up it. No. No, it's some sort of get at it from above angle. Ah! Whoa! Found it! Sick. Aha! Ah, another one of you guys.
This Guardian was destroyed long ago.
Cool.
Come back here.
A box!
Did you find something, BD1?
Ooh, Sylvian iron. Slivian iron. Well, that's less exciting. But still cool. Okay, that's everything. We have cleared the fucking dungeon. Posture check, it's bad. Thank you, though. Before I accidentally die to a cactus, we will do this. Fix your posture or bend over all the way. We're in mixed company, Druid. I don't know that I can. Ooh. Bigger force push does sound kind of awesome, actually. Hello, large sir. Do we want to do this? Whoa! Oh, fuck yeah! I love killing things the way you're supposed to kill them. Getting a little cutscene. That's great. That's exactly what you want out of life. Okay, I'm not even supposed to go that way. I just did that for the love of the game. Ah, shit. Okay, we're gonna get out of here. And it's gonna be great. And then we're gonna get out of here and the stuttering is gonna stop. It's gonna stop instantly, it's gonna be great. It's still kind of stuttering. I don't think there's a save option. I think it just kind of depends on... Should we restart the game? I think we should. I think we should. I think we're gonna. So, anyone think it's called sand because it's in between the sea and the land? Something to think about. No, I think it's starting back up actually, right away. Yeah, we're good. Now it should be fixed. Fucking mind-blowing, I know, right? I've heard that so many times in the last year. I'm surprised I hadn't heard it sooner. It is funny that once you meet one person who does it, it's just like, now you're locked in. Now you're locked into hearing that everywhere forever. Okay.
Did we just open the way for the Empire?
Not if we kill them all. Ow.
Get him! He looks weak. He's mine. Aim and fire. Don't let him get close. Yes, all right, got it. Yes, fight him.
Haha. You dumbass. Go on, shoot at me again. Ah! Okay. Ow! Okay, well, that... I didn't really think you had the angle for that one. So I guess that's on me. Cool. Oh, I almost missed a thing. Let me through. Starting to think it's the ship name for the sea and the land make you love. The sea lapping against the land skin, getting it all wet. Isn't that a beautiful thing? See, if the sea and the land quote gives way to that, isn't it all worth it? Woo! Hey guys. always sprinting into shit.
Wasn't expecting this.
Right? It's kind of sick.
Zepho statue. Kind of thought there would be Zepho stuff inside.
Ooh, a bench. A bench.
Scomplink? Yeah, you're right. I think I could replace yours.
Whoa, we needed one of those.
Let's get you fixed up.
Gonna wind down for the night. Have a great rest of stream, everyone. Druid, have a great night. Thank you for hanging out. You're always a pleasure to be around.
Want to try it out?
Ah! Let me see all the new lightsaber stuff I got, please. No color change. Okay. That's pretty cool looking. Shit. But I just like the weirdly long one better. Ooh, I like that more than Mage's though, for sure, for sure. Ooh. Damn. These are all pretty cool. I like that one. Shit. Shit. We're switching it up. Okay. Copper. Durasteel actually does look pretty sick. An iron. Ooh. I think iron. I think the Slivian iron is pretty fucking awesome. Cool. Fucking cool. Yippee!
You won't catch everything. You there, come here. Right on target.
Ow. Stop it. Ah! Whoa! Damn! Me when never mind. Ah, fuck. What am I even supposed to do with you? You're just so... Ah, that's what.
All right then.
New Mantis paint job? Ooh, I like silver too much.
What are you doing here?
Bye. Fucking see ya.
You won't get away.
Oh. Is it not gonna let me do it until he's dead? That's annoying. Ah, there it is. Yippee! No. No, I'm good. Wait. Ah, over here.
Seer, there's a transport ship leaving the Empire's base.
I heard. They plan to bring Zepho artifacts to Coruscant.
Coruscant?
That the Emperor is interested in Zepho? Maybe.
Got an to beat you. I can. Take that. We're gonna make you pay.
Hey guys.
Come on.
Holding up okay? Good to hear.
Ah, excuse me. Fuck, nearly, I kind of threw my neck out with that. Brutal. Absolutely fucking brutal. Cute! I fucking sneezed so hard I destroyed my body.
I don't know. Why? Classic.
That annoyed the shit out of me. It's probably why I did the chicken cross the road. I fucking bet. I'm also gonna wind down for the night. My eyes are starting to get heavy. Good night, Cam. Thank you for hanging out. You fucking... Ah! Absolute joy. And Cretin, you were awful bug throwy today. Hi. Ow. 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 Yeah, thanks. Gotta keep my pinky on control when I'm not. Sprint is like kind of useful in combat too. Whatever. Whatever. Wow. Oh my god, we're all the way back here? That's annoying. That's the way. Oh, well, that was incorrect. Anyone? No, never mind. Are you out of your mind? Fuck you. Die. At least it saves all the shit I grabbed. So I don't have to go back through and do the stuff. Oh, and there's a thing over here I missed, so... Yippee, I guess. Hi.
Get up there!
Ow.
I'm gonna get him. I can get him. Got it. Is he gonna castle? It's just me now.
Okay. Thing. Really? Down here?
Will help.
Ah, Scomplink. Scomplink.
Not budging.
Little scamp. Little scamp guy.
Hey.
Hey.
Something we can use?
Cool. Damn, I really like the rest of the duty and resolve thing, so I might switch to that button as well. There's a shortcut you can unlock there. There's a thing I still can't get into over there. There's something over there, and up there, and one over there. Seems like the best thing I could do is run over there really quick. Which is not through there, but over here. suck at this. You know what? We're just gonna reset that. We're gonna reset that whole encounter. Fuck that. Fuck that noise. I don't mess with it. I don't ascribe to it. Moth and I are linking. What is... I'm scamp linking. I'm scamp linking. Wee. Ow.
Help, Stim.
You pushed the wrong thing, you bastard. There. Okay, this is the right way, right? No, it's totally not. This is completely and totally the wrong way. All of that was pointless. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm gonna throw my head in a fucking microwave. Oh. Well, I wish that were more obvious on the map. But that's okay, I guess. How the fuck can I work on it? Fine, I'll just keep going this way until I'm nearer to it. A bit of running around.
Enemy close in! You couldn't beat you. I can't. Take this!
Angry noises. Is that a thing? That is a thing. How do I get up there? Ah. Nah, I see.
Hey, BD1.
Stop that. Oh my god. 1 and Q are quite close to each other, and it is becoming a problem. Though I dislike that 1 is my force slow anyway. So I should probably rebind that.
These workers lack proper leadership and motivation, which you cannot provide. You're relieved.
Oh. I see. Okay, let's look at the thing. I used to have it on lock on, but I feel like lock on is actually kind of fucking useful. So, what do? I could put it on caps. That's not terrible. Yeah, sure. Oh, okay. Fine. I guess I will just do it from here. Ooh. Damn. Me and she wouldn't. I wouldn't me. Just let me through. Okay. Wow. Okay. Oh, God. Everything's fine. Sick. Okay, this is taking me to the place I wanted to go, and we found a health increase thing on the way. A piece of heart, if you will. Everything is going fucking swimmingly. Yeah. This way. All that for what? A single sense echo.
What is this? Continue excavating. I want rare artifacts, not useless trinkets.
What in the Super Mario fucking slide level? Ah! Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. No, that's totally fine. Oh, you're kidding me.
Tight.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I totally zoned out for a second there. Awesome. I have no idea if it will save my progress there if I don't. What are you scanning? Oh, wow. That looks like it's gonna be very bad for me. Skeleton. Oh, hey!
An Imperial officer was trying to hide a relic down here. There was a cave-in. She became trapped and never escaped.
Good! Seems like she was kind of a shithead. Oh, not a straight jump. Wall jump. Understood. Thank you.
Not liking this.
Templar. Okay, I see. And that's what I think of you and your bullshit.
Try to slice into this one. Hey now. Something we can use?
Oh, cool. My brain will keep on returning to Dead Space when I see that particular force ability. The slow time, yeah. God, I've been getting some clips on YouTube of different VTubers playing Dead Space, and I'm like, damn, I miss Dead Space. That shit was so fun. Ah, I'm a fool.
I'll check it out. Find something? We gotta slice this door. Thank you. He was killed by a cave-in. Imperial excavation is making these tunnels unstable.
I see. Is there anything down here? Or is it just like death? It kind of looks like just
smells like old oil.
Death.
Sorry, buddy, not you. It's this water.
Oh no, okay, it is a path. Oh, I can swim. Good to know. I've soaked my poncho.
This tunnel flooded suddenly. What could have caused such a thing?
Probably you guys, drilling the shit out of everything. Not to
Yeah.
judge.
Empire isn't the only thing we have to worry about.
Whoa.
The villagers built this memorial to the clones on the Venator. If only they knew the truth.
Oh, brutal. Hello, large angry thing. Can I come kill you? Ow, fuck.
Help! BD1!
Ow, fuck. Ow, fuck. fucking shit. Damn you. Fuck. God. It's fine. I'm not mad. I am having a reasonable reaction. Oh, I forgot to sit at the fucking thing. That's okay. There's more to this cave to explore. I can't get in there. But there's probably more to this cave, right? 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 Oh no, there isn't. There just straight up isn't. I guess actually I didn't end up going in this elevator. Where does it go? Where does it go? Diagonal elevators like this are actually really common in mine shafts, so that's kind of cool. How's the pivoting, by the way? Were you able to revisit your childhood a little? No. No, it did not. It did not work, unfortunately. There are ways to make it work, but it is very in-depth and just not what I was up for at the moment, unfortunately. Okay, I kind of just want to end up back there. There's there and there. Those are the two unexplored places. This is kind of a shortcut, but like not really that helpful. Are you telling me I can't go back down? Because I will be a little upset. And also, like, I don't know that the solution would actually be a solution. I just know it changes some of the graphical settings, which seemed to be the source of our issues. Yeah, still a lot of fun. Still a successful Star Wars day. And honestly, I'm excited to be playing a Star Wars game in general, because I'm a big fan and we haven't been able to yet. I'm a big fan of the world. Ah, fucking shit. Ooh, I am so good at platforming. So good at it. What do you do? Oh, you just bring the elevator back down. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. I don't need that. I don't need or want that. Ooh. Ow. If this fucking Pokemon kills me, I will be mighty upset.
Can I get some help?
Okay. Get out of my way. Give me whatever is in here. Tell me what I risked my life for.
So what was in there?
A poncho. Actually, so worth. Yeah.
Toss it here.
I'm just gonna reset. I can't wait for Redacted. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, I'm good. I don't want the smoke, actually. Thanks, though. Hello, Goat Man. Ow. If Emery's excited about it, I'm scared it's gonna hurt. Hello, sir. Ow.
Help me!
Oh, I don't even have force. Good thing you're dumb. Good thing you're dumb as a box of rocks. Ooh. Ow, fuck you. Ow, fucking. I got killed by a fucking goat! He is the goat, so I guess that makes sense, but I'm mad about it. Marin! Hello! How are you doing? Trying to protect my voice? I was a menace to Marin today. It is a wonder she has not killed me. She was like, hey, here's art and I want you to sing. And I'm like, what is singing? What is the concept of singing? Could you explain it for me? Ah, I pressed block. I did do that. Oh, you prance a little sideways, don't you? You bitch.
Stim here. Much better.
Down there. You made your last mistake.
Sick of you. Instantly. Hi, beautiful lady. I will Uno reverse you every time. Oh, you bitch. Come here. Ow. I thought you'd be excited over today. Thankfully, the secretary at my work reminded me. I assume you meant? Yeah, I didn't really think about it as a thing that could change what we were doing today. Woo!
Catch every blow.
Damn! Who the fuck are you?
Slipping away.
Hello. Ow! Fucking hell! Ah! Get fucked. Ow!
Stim, here!
Cannot defeat me.
Ooh.
I will not miss.
Ow! Fuck you.
I just took down a trooper wearing black and red armor. The same type from Bracca.
A purge trooper. Their only purpose is to hunt Jedi.
Are the Inquisitors coming?
It's possible, but we're far from Bracca. They might think purge troopers are enough. Or they could be stalling you on purpose. Stay wary.
Sick.
All right, then. Something was in there.
Okay. Ooh, teal. I'm liking the red, though. Thank you.
That's an excellent find. It will need my personal evaluation.
Ah, you were trying to hide it, and then a cave fell on your head. You big dummy. Hey, we made it all the way around. We did. We did the full loop-de-loop. We'll take a quick nap. Ah. Ooh, I should spend my shit, actually. What am I doing? I'm a fool, I'm a fool. I have a point, right? 1 skill point. Yeah. I guess I could wait till I have 2. Recovers additional life when using a stim counter. Currently it does enough. Thank you, though. Holding slow allows to slow all enemies around him. That's cool, but no. You know what? I'm gonna do delay thrust. Because that's pretty awesome. And adding more timing tricks is, I think, in theme with what the game wants me to do. Ah! Cool. Okay, now we go there. Across the saw blades is our next thing. Woo!
Just need one clean hit. Blast him! Don't get caught! Oh, great. It's just me then.
I got the other guy? Good.
Stim, now!
You'll pay for that.
Excellent. Okay, finally we can continue this fucking excursion. Moth, are you even sleeping? It's only midnight. That's not too bad for my takes. Okay, now we can actually sit at this meditation spot. Except for mid-afternoon nap at midnight? Christ on a bike, I'm getting old. Yep. That same shit happened to Kat just like yesterday. That's so funny. What is this sleep? Damn. All of us were awakened by our sleeper phrase, "Are you guys getting enough sleep?" To which the answer was a resounding no. No, of course not, and how dare you ask? Oh wait, this is like to a way bigger area. I kind of want to check out the other direction first, the little ice slide. Just in case it's something small. It probably isn't, but I'm curious. Whoa. I'm back here. I'm back in the fucking building again. Ow. 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 Dude, cut it out. What a dick. This is not the right elevator, I don't think. This takes me to here. Oh wait, no, I think I do actually really want to take this elevator.
Seer, I'm under an Imperial dig site. They got a lot further than we thought.
We can't worry about that now. The Empire's identified you as the Jedi from Bracca. They're searching for the Mantis as we speak.
Can't you move the Mantis?
It's too risky to start the engine. Its power discharge will draw their attention.
1 a.m. hardly counts as morning. 1 a.m. is basically just extra night. Okay, unlock this really quick. Good. Actually, as long as I'm up here, I could. No, that's just a shortcut. That's unnecessary. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Slightly more timing necessary. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. Oh my god. This would all... The unfortunate thing is, every time I fail on something like this, I realize this would probably be really easy with a controller that my computer refuses to recognize.
Pretty hurt.
Yippee! Okay. Now... You? No. You? Yes. You. Over there. Near the goat. I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that at all. Sir, what if you left me alone? Huh? Thoughts? Ow.
A little help. That was close. Stim, here.
I accidentally used a stim. I'm getting confused on buttons. There's too many. There's too many fucking buttons. Voice to sound good needs good sleep? How dare you? How dare you? Attack me with common sense and good advice and sweet motives. But have you considered shameless guy doing backward somersault? Huh? Marin, what time is it for you? Huh? Let's have that. It's gonna be like a super reasonable time. 7 a.m.? Oh, yeah, that is a super reasonable time. Shit. I go to bed before midnight. Yeah, that'll do it. That does make it slightly easier, so I hear. Instead of fucking with that guy again, let's not. Oh, there's another one of you. Get him. Ow. Wah! No, don't. You guys suck.
I need one.
Sick. We have two go to bed. I mean, Undoubtable, can you truly sit there and be like, yes, this is very reasonable when you are awake with me?
Probe droid. They're watching us, BD.
Ow. Fuck. You suck. Are you gonna explode? Okay. Ow. Fuck. You suck. You timed that. Ow.
Help! Stim!
Oh, he runs towards me? Oh, wow. That's fucked up. I would love a meditation spot before I... Ah, hello. Aha. No, I'm good. Can I get a single meditation spot? Por favor. Aw, Undy, you can go to bed whenever you like, you dork. Whoa. Who came and killed you?
Commander was killed by a lightsaber.
Damn. Recently? Must have been, right?
This needs power.
Maybe not. This needs power. Okay. I don't know how to do that for you. I think maybe I come here later. You guys are feeding off each other, and it's incredibly adorable. Ah. You're blinking like you want me to come do something at you, but there is nothing to do. Huh. Hello, sir. Excuse me. Nothing happening here.
Oh, okay. Oh, something was in there.
For making little memories? Hell yeah. If you're enjoying hanging out, I love hanging out. I just want to make sure you're not forcing yourself. Because there will always be more times. Hello, sir. Can I just kind of slip by you again? That'd be awesome. Oh, no. Shit. Ow. I'm getting pretty good at that guy. The nice thing is if you get in really close, his power attacks kind of have a high likelihood to miss. If they hit you, you're fucked, but, you know, it's nice when they miss. Oh, this too, huh? Shit. Yeah, I think all of this is meant to be explored much later. Unfortunately. I wish there was a way to teleport back to your ship. That would be fucking awesome. But to Kashyyyk, I suppose. Whoa. Thunder. Oh, thank God. Such lovely creatures in chat. I do not know how, but it is pretty fucking awesome. Yeah, it's not a problem if the other person doesn't think it's too much. And if the other person thinks it's too much, it doesn't say it, then, like, that's also not your problem. Am I loving the game? I am. It's... I think the completionist in me who looks at the fucking map all the time is sort of my own downfall in terms of how long I can play these kinds of games. But it is pretty fun and rewarding to explore around. Ah!
Everything. He's mine. Come on, hit him.
Ow.
You made your last mistake.
Hello, sir. To help me through some depression because of how Cal's bout with PTSD comes up. Also, Cal has my absolute favorite force power ever conceived. Hell yeah, that's awesome. You know, that's what stories are for. They're there to be for you in those kinds of rough patches. I'm glad your day has been brightened a bit, Undy. I hope you're I hope whatever's getting you down doesn't bother you too much longer. Shit. All of this is back the way I came. I get fucking lost, and it's annoying. That is the one annoying part, but that's not the game's fault, and that's my problem with any game. Is that I get turned around and I forget where I've been super easily. And then I'm getting embarrassed. Jesus Christ. Okay, this one. That one. All the way back to there. Hi. Excuse me. Oh, you again.
Hit me. After him. After him now. You can't stop us all. He's hurting.
BD1? Help me! Stim, now!
He's recovering. What do we do? He's no
Ow.
match. Stand,
Ow.
you coward. He's run. Get him. Waste of our time. Get in there. He's so fast.
Oh my god. Whee! Excuse me. Was that scamming? Yes. Am I upset about it? No. Fuck off, guys. Okay, this is the right elevator, I think. It's one thing after another, but I'll be fine. I'm glad you'll be fine. I hope all the things stop being problems as soon as possible. And, you know, let me know if I can do anything to help with that. Okay. Finally, we are at the correct place, maybe? Possibly? Nope, really doesn't seem like it. Fuck. I can go that way, I think. No, that's still a... grumble. No. This is correct, I think. Through there. Oh, I'm a fool. This would have opened up a shortcut the whole fucking time. No, it wouldn't have. It's just some loot. Okay, I'm less of a fool. I mean, that game was Mafia 3 and Ruiner?
I'll deal with it personally.
Ruiner? I hardly... Never mind. Do I know Ruiner? Is that the one you recommended? That was on sale? Ah, a meditation spot. Thank fucking God. Mafia 3? I don't know. I don't know anything about the Mafia games in general. I think you told me about the Mafia 3 being a huge boon to you, though. I think I remember you saying that. It's the memory thing, right? Ah, that's right.
Who's over there? Enemy here! Firing! Okay, Jedi, fight me!
Ow.
Okay.
Greed. There it is. I'm being greedy. Okay. Now we can finally plug away at this section. And not tear our hair out trying to find it again, because we don't forget to meditate in the fucking resident. It was on sale when you overheard me talking to Spooks about it? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm still excited to play it. All right. No. Leave me alone. Ow. Ow.
Stim, now.
Ow. Ow. Jesus. It's fine. Let me know if you ever decide to stream it. I definitely will. I definitely will.
I understand. You gonna kill us all? Taking the shot. You and him. How are you doing that?
I don't know, but I'm doing it pretty repeatedly, so maybe stop shooting at me. I guess. What else would you do? Yeah, it's definitely not an if, but it is an eventually. Because I just have too many fucking games. And I like finishing games before moving on, but then I don't do that for one stream. Case in point, this stream. And then I have another that I want to finish. I didn't put that together, Emery, that his force power is also like a pretty good representation of his PTSD. No, please don't. Hello. There we are. Ow. Ow. I'm gonna let you guys handle him, actually. That sounds like a plan. Cool.
How did you kill them all?
Like that. Thanks, guys. Whoa. Spooky. Very spooky.
Sir, permission to speak freely. Granted. You think we'll be stationed in this backwater forever? Our duty is to secure all worlds for the Empire. To do that, we have to execute our orders to the letter. Anything less is insubordination. That understood, soldier? Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. End him!
Hi.
Don't slip up now.
Cool. Whoa. Sick. Oh, this is the elevator from earlier. I see, I see, I see. Back up we go.
Need to open this.
Oh. Hello. Stay right there. I need pull. I don't have pull.
I see you, Jedi.
Ow, fuck.
I need one.
True. You're a quick one.
Ow.
Give me a stim.
Does it hurt? Finally!
Ow, fuck. Damn.
Higher.
Patched up.
Okay. There's no reflecting shit on him. He's a commander? I see. No. No, that won't be happening. Whoa. Hold on. Is there really nothing else to do here? I guess not, right? Wait. Was that orange this? Yeah. That's what I thought. Oh, this is back here. Uh-oh. That's not what I want. Okay. I think actually improved stims is something I would like. Thank you. Okay. Well, I know where that goes. Oh, shit. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, we're almost done with this world. I think we just gotta get back to our ship, and then at that point we will save, and we will raid out. We will call it a night. The only problem is getting back to the ship. That actually sounds like it's gonna be a huge pain in the ass from here. But that's okay. Glad my droid is waterproof. Ah! What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I don't want the smoke. Not from goats, not from missile-wielding madmen, not from anybody. Definitely not from you. I think this one. Excuse me, sir. This one is gonna take me up here, and then my ship is way the fuck over there. Shit. Ah, shit. There was a better elevator to take. Okay, well, we'll go back down. Okay, well, we'll go back down. That is okay. This is my least favorite slide. Okay, the one I want is that one. So, yeah. No, still good. Thanks, though. Wow. Okay. Fuck. Ah, hello. Really gotta stop trying to take the edge route.
Hurry!
Yippee! Hello, goat. No. Damn, he really did follow me all the way here. What a bastard. Is this the way? I don't even know for sure. My fucking ship is over there. The elevator is... Oh, it's the one I just passed. It's literally the one I just passed. I am a fool. That is okay. I dedicated too much. It's the return trip it's problem. It's the fucking... Yeah, of course I can hike a mile. Can I hike a mile back? Well, I don't know, Chief. That's where we're at. I'm like, I can finish out this world, and then it's like, now get back to your ship. I don't want to. I don't have the strength. Ah, this way. What? What are you doing?
I'll check it out.
Okay. Yippee! What the absolute fuck?
And our weapons are down. Is that him? Tell him he better get his butt.
Hold on, I'm on my way.
Wow, that's extremely bad. How the fuck am I supposed to... Oh, okay. I can do that.
on, stim.
Way too close.
Ah! Hi. Okay. You really didn't think perhaps I had you outmatched there? Whatever. Let's scram.
Nice work out there, kid. Hey, you got some real moves on you. Just tell me that this visit wasn't for nothing.
I found the tomb of a Zepho sage. They definitely used the Force.
An advanced civilization of Force wielders who mysteriously vanished. No wonder Master Cordova became so obsessed with them. What else did you find?
Before they disappeared, the Zepho journeyed to the planet Kashyyyk.
Oh.
Cordova had a Wookiee friend named Tarful. Maybe we can find him.
Kashyyyk, look, things are really bad down there. The Empire's muscling in on those Wookiees big time.
Then we better get ready for a fight.
I like how our guy's just kind of excited. He's like playful.
I think this lifestyle suits you. Fighting that walker seems to have made you more confident. So, how are you holding up?
I mean, with the Force?
Yes, with the Force. I know you said it could be overwhelming.
Haven't gotten myself killed yet. Rather not talk about it.
Yeah, well, I understand. More than you realize.
Why'd you choose to stop using the Force?
When the Purge started, and our clone troops turned against us, my Padawan and I took several younglings and we went into hiding. But we didn't last long. Imperial Patrol was about to discover our location, so I tried to lure them away from my Padawan Trilla. She stayed behind with the younglings. But they caught me. And they tortured me. They wanted to know about the others and how many were left, but mostly they wanted to know about Cordova and where he went.
But you escaped.
Yeah. It was a prison riot. I saw my opportunity and I took it. But they almost broke me. And I am not the same as I was, Cal.
Who would be?
Padawan. Did she survive?
No.
No, she did not.
But that's why we can't give up.
Of course not.
We can't let the sacrifice of those closest to us be for nothing.
Ah! Fucking teleported. Do I have a new plant?
It's huge now.
Cute. Nope. No new plants. Fine. Okay. Hit our meditation spot. And I lied. I'm going to check our lightsaber stuff first because I love customization. It's fucking dress up time. It's time to play dress up right fucking now. Damn. No. No. Sticking. Oh, I see. I only have duty and resolve for that. I bet I fucking missed it somewhere. Ooh! Very weird. Very strange. I kind of fuck with it. Okay. Yeah, I like this one too much. You gotta stick with it. Okay. Yeah, I like one. I like one too much. Okay, cool. Cool. Vesper! You've arrived just in time for me to raid out. But look, I've customized my little fucking thing. I've done the thing. Vesper, I hope your week has started off good. Okay. Let's fucking scram. Ooh. Let's find some place to be.
Not.
I am loved, I am enough. That was coerced, but it is true. Max is nutting to be out of here. Crazy work. Love it. And Lovecraft in Brooklyn. Ooh. Are we brave? No. Maybe. Probably not. Maybe though. Let me look around. You know what? We're gonna go where I'm gonna end up hanging out tonight anyway when I inevitably cannot sleep. So we're gonna raid a bigger streamer, even though I'm terrified.
This just in, Moth, you're a lovely, amazing sweet bean, and it's always a pleasure to watch your streams.
You are a fucking treasure, and my favorite one-eyed alien. Don't tell the others. Guys, we're gonna raid Arrow. She's playing my favorite Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess, and it's her first time, so don't spoil anything, but have a good time, and it's gonna be fun. I've been enjoying spending some time there. Copy a raid message. Join the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you could join the Discord, and then you would know when I'm going live, and also keep me funny by allowing me to steal your jokes. I'll be back in 2 days where we will be playing some more something. I forgot what we do on Wednesdays. I'm nervous. I got nervous and all thoughts left my head. But I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Happy May the 4th. I'm glad we have a bunch of people as nerdy about Star Wars as I am. That's incredibly relieving. Because it is not my classiest thing to be nerdy about, surely. Anyway, that's it. That's all I got for you. Bye. Mm-hmm.